This time, it's my pleasure to invite Pastor Chris Drennan from the Grace Baptist Church up to the podium. He will be leading the invocation. That will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by County Administrator Jason Brown. And we will begin our meeting this morning with a moment of silent reflection for our first responders and members of the armed forces. Would everyone please rise?
Our gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today. We're thankful for this day that you've given us. We're thankful, Father, for life, health, and strength, which is provided through your grace. And Father, we come before this board, and we come with heartfelt prayers, asking for wisdom and knowledge for them in the matters in which they must make decisions. And Father, we just pray that you will guide and direct them, help them to do that which is right and just in your sight. And Lord, we pray that with each decision that our county may prosper and grow. And Lord, that through that we will be able to live lives that are pleasing unto you. We pray for a hedge of protection about those who are serving in our community. We pray for our first responders, our firefighters, our police, 911 operators, those civil servants as well. Lord, we ask that you would just guide and protect them as they do their duty, and Lord, that you would watch over and keep them. We pray for our military and for our nation, and Lord, we pray that you would keep us strong and help us to continue to be one nation under God. We thank you for what you're going to do. We praise you, and we ask your blessings upon this time in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty, justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. All right, so Commissioners, additions, deletions, changes to the agenda. I've got a couple things. I'd like to move district items 15A, 1, A2, and A3 to follow consent, so Fire Chief Stone can get back to doing important things. I'd like to move the application to follow the emergency services additions. And then Commissioner Ehrman would like to move his item to follow 12A. So we'll be or hopefully if you all agree, we'll be moving emergency services 15A, 1, 2, and 3, community development 12A1, and then County Commissioner Matters 14B to follow the consent agenda. And then Commissioners, we have we need to have an addition to the agenda. Commissioner Moss is unable to attend the meeting this morning and has requested that we give consideration to whether she would be eligible to vote on the matters before us today. So I think what I'd like to do there is if we will add that, and if we approve that on the agenda, then we'll have Dylan kind of lead that off, and we'll deal with that immediately upon the completion of additions and deletions to the agenda. So, Commissioners, any comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, move approval as amended.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Adams. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes as a 4-0 vote with Commissioner Moss absent. And then now, Mr. Reingold, if you would just kind of lay out procedurally where we are and what the board is being asked to do, please.
Sure. Commissioner Moss is out today. I was told that it was a family medical issue. Pursuant to the guidance from the state, where a meeting is supposed to be held publicly. The participation of an absent member in the meeting by telephone conference should be permitted only in extraordinary circumstances and when a quorum of the board members is physically present at the meeting. We do have a physical quorum of the board present today. Whether the absence of a member due to a scheduling, or it was basically giving some other guidance, but the idea is whether the extraordinary circumstance, the issue constitutes an extraordinary circumstance is a determination that must be made in good judgment of the board. So basically the concept is for the board to then determine whether to allow a participation by a commissioner not physically present would be up to the board.
Thank you. Dylan, commissioners, any comments, questions?
I guess, does this constitute an extraordinary circumstance?
That would be the question. Commissioners, I'll tell you where I'm at on this. This came up about a year ago at an MPO meeting, back when there was some MPO members that were still not comfortable meeting in person. And I think, I think Commissioner Adams was the pro tem chair running that at the time. And the MPO voted to allow those members that were calling in by Zoom or conference call to vote. So we've kind of established that, and I think, in my mind, I think that's the right thing. I think we should allow Commissioner Moss to vote, but I will, I just have to mention for the record, at that MPO meeting, Commissioner Moss was opposed to allowing people to vote by Zoom, and she was concerned about the validity of allowing that to happen. But at the same time, commissioners, I think we should forgive maybe Commissioner Moss' ill-conceived vote there and take the high road here. So I would be in favor of allowing her to participate and vote. So I'll leave it at that and see if any other commissioners have comments.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Fleischer.
not allowing the aforementioned track record to interfere with the decision we have today, I have no challenge with that and would motion to approve Commissioner Moss being able to participate and vote, as there would be a risk in certain aspects of today's matters that would fall upon a 2-2, which might present a failure unnecessarily by design. So if she's here and present on the internet and we can approve that, I most certainly am happy and willing to do that.
Second.
Very good. We have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Vice Chair Ehrman. Is there any discussion on the motion? Commissioner
I
Adams.
just have one question. I feel like I need Dylan to say this on the record, since we have 4 public hearings today, that this isn't going to impact any of the votes and the validity of those votes or present a challenge.
So 2 of those items are, to my knowledge, quasi-judicial. I believe item 12A1 and 12A, or maybe not 12, the first public hearing and the last public hearing, 10A1 and 10A4, are both quasi-judicial proceedings. I will be asking, and I did mention this to Commissioner Moss last week when this issue came up, I will be asking the applicants in those situations if they have any objection or would prefer to be deferred, or to a meeting where we have a full board present at the meeting.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure procedurally we were covering our bases in this situation, considering the public hearings. But that was I just want that on the record, so I'm good to go.
Very good. Is there anyone else that wishes to comment on the motion before us? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries also by a 4-0 vote with Commissioner Moss absent. Going forward, per our action, Commissioner Moss will be participating in voting. I would ask Commissioner Moss and Maura if you could monitor the hand wave thing on Zoom so we can be kind of orderly and recognize Commissioner Moss if she wishes to jump in the conversation, and we'll go ahead and move forward. we have a presentation from Casey Lunsford with Indian River State College on the Fellsmere Inn project. Good morning and welcome, Casey.
Good morning, Commissioners, staff, everyone. I want to be the person that come to see for you this morning. Thank you for the opportunity. You know, for the last 8 months or so, we've been with the county's blessing and support, and also the city of Fellsmere looking at perhaps purchasing the Fellsmere Inn for educational purposes. But due to inflation and due to also some supply chain issues that we cannot foresee in the future, because a lot of the renovation dollars call for custom match activities, the college is asking that we decline to move forward. We did talk to the owner and tried to work out a deal there, but quite honestly, we were infrastructure changes with our attorneys at the college, and moving forward, we didn't get to them until April. So when we talked to them, we just feel like the project's not feasible at this time. Being good stewards of your dollars, the city of Fellsmere dollars, and the college dollars, we're going to walk away from the project at this point, want to free that money back up for the county to be able to use for other projects amount. So we appreciate your support, particularly appreciate staff support. Kristen Daniels has been great to work with on this. But at this time, we just feel like it's not in our best interest, nor the county or the city's best interest. We'll continue to look at the project through perhaps other funding sources, grants and things of that nature, but we're declining that opportunity and appreciate your support.
Casey, thank you for coming before us and letting us know. I had always thought this was a really good project, and I'm hoping that maybe that some other future developer or hotel person might have heard about this and maybe have a little interest and follow up on it. I know that you all have done a lot of due diligence and background work. Is that information considered confidential, or if a new buyer might come on the scene, would you all be able to share that information with a new buyer?
I would need to look into that through both the county and the college attorneys and those things, because again, we were working towards renovation. It was the public use of public dollars. But I'd like to defer to that and make sure we get proper guidance on that one. But
I understand that, but I think it'd be helpful if, somebody
Absolutely.
came forward, and because I think ultimately we would all like to see the Fellsmere Inn get back into being an inn and helping the city of Fellsmere, and not only what you all are going to do with the educational side, but I think just a hotel in Fellsmere for all the people coming to the Headwaters Lake there and Stick Marsh and all that would be a great benefit to Fellsmere. So,
got a lot of potential. It really does.
okay, well, Casey, thank you very much for coming before us. We appreciate you standing up here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Casey. All right, Commissioners, moving on to the minutes of April 12, April 19, and May 3rd of 2022.
Approval all three.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Adams. Let's see. Can we have, like, Commissioner Moss, like, type in a yay or nay or something on something like this? She can speak? Okay. All right, so we have a motion. All in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0 with Commissioner Moss voting via Zoom. Okay, informational items. We do have a retirement. Scott Newkirk, retiring from the Department of Parks and Recreation with 14 years of service. Scott, we appreciate your service on Parks and Rec. And while I'm on Parks and Rec, I just want to take a minute to congratulate Beth Powell, who's been promoted to the Director of Parks and Recreation. I think she'll do a fantastic job for us, and real excited to see Beth, having been with us for 20-something odd years, being able to take over that position. I'm sure she'll do an excellent job. My favorite is the venue event. Speaking of Parks and Recreation, a couple of highlights. We have the youth flag football registration is ongoing, gearing up for the season starting in mid-September. Down at the IG Center on June 11th, the IG Center is going to be invaded by pirates. It's movie night, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl, and that is free. So if you want to get down there and have a nice family night, go down there and check out the Pirates. At the Brackett Library on June 14th, another free event, The Birth of the Blues with Dave Deluca. So if any of you all like the old Willie Dixon, Howlin' Wolf, Muddy Waters, B.B. King, Bessie Smith, all those kind of great blues folks, come down to the Brackett Library on the 14th, and that's free. The Vietnam veterans are having their annual Mary Snyder golf tournament, and that's June 18th at our Sandridge Country Club. And then finally, on June 28th, another free event at the Brackett Library. And this is kind of an oxymoron, the healthy Southern cuisine with Chef Warren Caterson. He's going to show us how to take really good, rich Southern food and make it healthy for you. So go figure there. Anyway, and there's lots of other stuff. Please check out our venue calendar. Parks and Rec does a great job putting on a lot of events for the community and moving that forward. And that's all I have. Commissioners, any comments on the informational items? Okay, seeing none, we move on to consent agenda. Commissioners, would anyone like to pull an item from consent for additional discussion? Hearing none, is there anyone from the public that wishes to pull a consent agenda item for additional discussion? Okay, seeing none. Commissioners,
Mr. Chair, move approval.
we have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Adams. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Did we hear Commissioner Moss? Was she on that? I'm going to assume Commissioner Moss was on there as we didn't hear a nay.
We have an affirmative?
She could probably just type it in and make.
That's what I'm thinking would be easier, but anyway, we'll, the consent agenda passes by a 5-0 vote. We moved up items 15A, 1, A2, and A3. 15A1 is the minutes of February 1. 15A2 is the minutes of February 15. Commissioners,
Approval.
we have a motion from Commissioner Flesher, second by Vice Chair Ehrman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. And then item 15A3 is the disposal of the county asset, the old fire trailer. And on Chief Stone, did you want to make a comment there?
Just that in 2001, the county received this trailer. It was purchased by the Firefighters Association and the Vero Beach Volunteers, the original purchasers of it, transferred it over to the county for public education. That was stored at Old Fire Station number 7. That station was decommissioned at the time. It was completely filled full of rotten and mold and everything else. When we tore down Fire Station number 7, it was moved to one of the association members' property. And we failed on our part to actually have that transferred back over to the association. They were the ones that wanted it at that time. And it fell through the cracks. We're just trying to clean up the path of this asset and return the title back to one of the original purchasers of the item.
Very good. Any questions of Chief?
Mr. Chairman, I remember there's probably 1 million kids went through that house, so it served its purpose. It had a good life. So with that, I'll move staff approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Ehrman, second by Commissioner Flesher. Is there any discussion? Anyone from the public?
Thank you.
Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 5-0. Thank you, Chief. Next, we had moved up item 12A1, Community Development. This is a consideration of a local jobs grant request. And Phil, you going to kick this off?
Sure.
Great.
Phil Mattson, Community Development Director, and we're excited to announce a local jobs grant application from Lemniture Aqua Farms USA. Here to present the details is John Stoll, Chief of Long Range Planning.
Good morning, John.
Morning. So yes, we have Lemniture Aqua Farms USA's local jobs grant application. We have previously referred to this as Project Green for confidentiality purposes. So I'll just briefly cover our local jobs grant program. We offer financial incentives for targeted industries located in our comprehensive plan to locate or expand in Indian River County. $3,000 for each new position created that pays from 75% to 99.99% of the county's average annual wage, and that's $34,717 to $45,826. $5,000 for each new position created that pays from 100% to 149.99%. And $7,000 for each new position created that pays 150% or more of the county's average annual wage. So target industry classification, Lim Nature Aqua Farms or Project Green is a food manufacturing business. The applicant qualifies for the Jobs Grant Program under the county's manufacturing, warehousing, distribution target industry category, and the location will be at an existing facility in Indian River County. As part of the due diligence, we focused on the main sources of data readily available for the company, its officers and agents, Dun & Bradstreet credit financial reports, corporate registration and lien searches, county official records for tax liens, judgments, and pending litigation, and public access to court electronic records or PACER to search for federal, civil, and federal bankruptcy actions. So here you see the proposed job salary range and payment per job. So at 75% of the county's average annual wage, they will have 23 qualified jobs at $3,000 per job, and that's $69,000 total. At 100% of the county's average annual wage, there are 15 qualified jobs at $5,000 per job, $75,000 total. And at 150% of the county's average annual wage, there are 8 qualified jobs at $7,000 per job, $56,000 total, for a subtotal grant amount of $200,000. And this is the dates the proposed jobs will be in place. There will be 10 new employees by July 1st of 2022, and there will be 36 new employees by October 1st of 2022. Here you can see the potential payments by fiscal year. This is always subject to change, but you can see the breakdown. And that brings us to our Economic Development Council action. At its regular meeting of May 17th, 2022, the Indian River County Economic Development Council voted unanimously to recommend approval of Lim Nature Aqua Farms USA Incorporated's local job grant application with an effective date of May 17th, 2022. Our recommendation, staff and the Economic Development Council recommend that the Board of County Commissioners approve a local jobs grant of up to $200,000 for Lim Nature Aqua Farms USA Incorporated with an effective date of May 17th, 2022. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Phil, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, real quick. First of all, I'd like to thank the applicant for bringing these kinds of innovative jobs to the county. Two things I've learned from the visioning process so far ongoing: we cherish our agricultural past here and we love our open spaces, and ag ain't what it used to be. So we're going to see more and more of these kinds of innovations, and we actually have more on the agenda today. Second, I want to thank the Chamber for their usual excellent job in partnering and bringing this forward. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments for staff? Commissioner, if you notice that they are recommending an effective date of May 17, the company was going to start hiring before this meeting, and I didn't want to have to call a special call meeting just to do that. So we asked the council to kind of invoke the pending ordinance, so to speak. So it does have an effective date of May 17, and I believe they did hire a couple people that started yesterday, so they're getting going on this right away. Did y'all want to come up and say anything before we vote, or you're more than welcome?
Well, first of all, we changed our name. Last time we were here, we were Parabel Nutrition. So Lim Nature Aqua Farms is reflects what we're doing more so in the future. You know, we're aquaculture. We're creating a plant-based food ingredient business. We've got a property out in Fellsmere and also a property over in Vero Beach. And so we're probably 2 months away from launching our commissioning of our first processing line. We're building out 600 acres of aquatic farm. This is an aquatic plant that grows on the surface of the water, and it serves people that are interested in plant-based foods, which is obviously a great healthy way to eat. And so we're very thankful for consideration of this jobs grant. It helps us as we're building. We're pre-revenue right now. We're cash flow constrained, and so this really helps us launch this business. So thank you.
Very good, thank you. And just for the audience, I will remind everybody that the job grants are retroactive, they're performance-based, and so the job has to be actually created and filled for a year, and then that's John's job, is to review that and make sure the salary was paid, the job was created before the first tranche is released, and so it'll go forward as a performance-based grant process. Commissioners, your pleasure.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Flesher. Is there any discussion? Hearing, seeing none. All in favor of the motion signify with aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you, John and Phil. And then, Commissioners, we moved up Commissioner Ehrman's item, discussion of letter proposing public use of school district of Indian River County recreational facilities. Vice Chair Ehrman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for doing that, because we have Assistant Superintendent Seymour and Teskey here to visit with us if we need them. This came up when we had the last month's meeting with regards to the inter agreement between the county and the school board for interuse of facilities when needed, which I think is a great idea, such as, you know, if we have in a basketball tournament at IG Center and we got more teams than we need, we could, you know, ask the school board to let us use Oslo Middle School or any other gym or something like that, and I think it's great. Same with softball, baseball programs, other programs and stuff like that. But people are moving here, and recreation is such a huge thing right now. We're running out of room, and with the county, we don't have a lot of just, you know, kids to practice on. I'm talking about green space with no foul lines on it, no anything, just to go out and practice or kick a ball or move around or have a good time, and also playgrounds. We don't have as many playgrounds except for the county parks and the city parks that we have. And I know when I was growing up, we used to be able to use the parks here. When my kids were growing up, we lived not far from Glendale Elementary School. We were able to use that, you know, after school hours and on weekends. And I'm hoping we can kind of get back to that. I know there might be some security issues with that, and I think it reflects it in the letter that our counselor drafted for you guys to read. And I'd like to move forward that, at least just to ask the school board. I know they've been talking about it, but at least ask the school board to, hey, let's reopen the playgrounds and the green space, you know, after school hours and on weekends. So that's what this letter has. You see it in front of you. And I hope we can move forward in it and just ask them to. They don't have to, but I sure wish they would.
Then a motion to approve the letter?
I have a motion, and I'd like to make that motion to approve the letter.
Very good. Is there a second? Second. We have a motion by Vice Chair Ehrman, second by Commissioner Flesher. Is it, does any of the school district folks wish to speak on this? Are you all good? You're good? Okay. Any other comments from the public? Anybody? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That carries 5-0. That takes care of 14B1. So, Commissioners, we will now return to our regularly scheduled programming. Under Constitutional Officers, Indian River County Supervisor of Elections, Chief Deputy Maureen Hossel, regarding the polling place update. And Maureen, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Maureen Housel, Chief Deputy for the Supervisor of Elections. The Supervisor of Elections, Leslie Swan, appeared before the board on May 3rd of this year to propose our precinct maps as well as the polling location list for Election Day, and the boundaries were approved. Since the precinct boundaries were approved, Holy Cross Catholic Church has reconsidered serving as a polling location on Election Day. So voters in Precinct 34, which is old Precinct 18, would continue to vote on Election Day at Holy Cross Catholic Church. I'm here I'm going to wait.
I know, keep going.
Okay. So I'm here before you this morning to request approval to the changes of our polling location list. We want to thank Holy Cross for allowing our office to continue to use their wonderful facility as an Election Day polling place, because we exhausted all options on the Barrier Island looking for a location. And we also want to thank Rich Spierka and his team at Public Works for changing all of the precinct signs. We appreciate and are grateful for their assistance and at how quickly they changed all of the signs. And I thank you, Commissioners, for your time and consideration this morning.
You're quite welcome. Commissioners, anybody have a question for Maureen?
I just want to point out again for the record that this is probably the highest praise Rich has received here at a meeting. And I think it should be noted. But no, I'm glad it all worked out and we could help you guys get it done and you're ready to go for election season.
Takes a village.
It does.
Yeah, will you all be sending out the new voter cards with the updated precinct and polling information to
Yes.
folks?
We're hoping in the next week or two that all voters will get new cards. So please look as changes and numbers have changed for your polling locations. So please, please tell all your friends and family to double check.
Very good, thank you. Commissioners,
Thank you, Maureen.
Thank you.
I think we need to take action on this. Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion? Comments from the public? All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 5-0. Thank you. All righty. Moving on to public hearings. The first item is Baca Farms LLC's request for a major site plan and special exemption use approval for a farm-based rum distillery, which is agricultural industry, with associated accessory residential units to be located on approximately 173.9 acres on the north side of State Road 60, approximately 2,723 feet east of 130th Avenue. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding. The parties to the proceeding are Indian River County and Baca Farms LLC, the applicant. At this point, I'm going to ask the commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications, site visits, or independent investigations. I will start with Commissioner Flesher.
Mr. Chair, none that I'm aware of.
None that I'm aware of, sir.
The only thing I have is when I travel, I go out State Road 60, and I'm sure I've driven by this site, but have really not paid any much attention to it. Commissioner Adams.
No, I, like you, am aware of the location. I did receive an email or two, but I did not respond to those.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moss, could you state if you have any ex parte communications?
No, I do not have any.
Thank you. And now confirm that the commissioners have an open mind and are able to base their decision on the evidence presented in applicable law. Commissioner Moss?
Can and will.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams?
Can and will.
And I can and will.
Yes, I will.
I can and will.
Very good. We are now going to open the public hearing. And anyone that wishes to speak on this matter, even if you're just thinking about speaking, would you please rise and allow the clerk to swear you in?
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you all. We will now start with a presentation by county staff. And good morning, Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dylan, do you want to ask if the applicant's good with moving forward under this one?
Well,
Oh, right,
When
yeah.
they
Okay.
come forward,
That works.
I'll do that. Plus, I want to note, Commissioner Adams referenced an email that had been received by the board. I will be happy to make this available to the applicant and to the clerk. So just want to put that on the record as well. So Ryan, happy for you to get started.
And that does, I think we all received that email. It was addressed to all, yeah, okay.
I have a copy right here in my hand.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I am Ryan Sweeney, Chief of Current Development for the County Community Development Department. Today's request is for the Baca Farms Distillery for a major site plan and special exception use approval for an agricultural industry. A brief slide discussing the special exception process. Special exception uses require the board to consider the appropriateness and compatibility of the requested use. There are general criteria for special exception uses, and there are also specific land use criteria that apply to each special exception use in the county code, and those are listed and further analyzed in staff's report. And the process requires two public hearings, one a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission, which already occurred, and today the second public hearing at the Board of County Commissioners. And the BCC is to either approve the request, approve with conditions, or deny the request. The project site is located on the north side of State Road 60, just east of 130th Ave. It's considerably west of I-95, and is approximately 174 acres in development size. It's part of a larger 900-acre ownership site, and is zoned A2. From this point forward, north is now to the right, just to be aware. So State Road 60 is along the left-hand side of the screen, which would be the south. Here's an aerial depicting the existing conditions of the overall site. Again, the development site, which is approximately 174 acres, as well as the larger 900-acre farm under single ownership. The overall site plan kind of includes sort of four distinct areas. The principal area is the office, distillery, bottling, and barrel storage, and tractor barn. That's sort of the business side of things. The guard shack up front is a guard shack. some employee housing here, as well as some guest cottages and a pool for entertaining of guests, primarily clientele that will come in for a few nights or a week during season to observe the distilling process and check on their high-end product that I'm sure the applicant will be happy to tell you about. The sort of main component, if you will, proposes a 3,500 square foot office, a 5,600 square foot distillery, a 7,200 square foot bottling facility, and then really the bulk of the building area is 42,000 square feet of just barrel storage. So that's pretty much a static use, and those would be phased in. They'll only start with one barrel storage building, and then bring on buildings 2 and 3 because some of this aging is multi-years, so they have to let the barrels sit. The vehicular access plan or traffic plan for the site includes 2 existing driveway connections to State Road 60. There's a third sort of emergency driveway connection that's at the far east end of the site. The primary driveway connection is at the far west end and will be served by a westbound right turn lane on State Road 60. And then internally, there is some internal roadways that connect the various components of the overall project site. The overall landscape plan kind of includes sort of 3 areas. Because the site is so large and so far set back from State Road 60, the State Road 60 buffer, if you will, is primarily just concentrated around the 2 entrance points. And then there's a residential component which includes existing and proposed, primarily existing trees and some proposed landscaping around the guest house area. And then lastly, we'll show a detail of the distillery site, which includes interior landscape and sort of a perimeter buffer immediately around the distillery area. And again, a detail of the State Road 60 entrance features. The Planning and Zoning Commission at its April 28, 2022 meeting voted 6-1 to recommend that the BCC grant major site plan and special exception use approval with conditions recommended by staff. And staff's recommendation is that the BCC grant major site plan and special exception approval for the proposed Bacta Farms distillery with conditions stated in the staff report related to environmental and jurisdictional agency permits and the landscaping that we just discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions of staff? Okay, seeing none. Next will be a presentation, if desired, by the applicant. Does anyone, yes, sir, please come up. If we could get your name and address for the record, please. Welcome.
Morning, thank you very much. My name is Leo Gibson. I'm with Bacta Farms LLC and Balthazar Rex LLC, the beverage alcohol company that will be operating on the ranch. I participate in the management of the company. I'm also the trustee of the trust, which has ultimate ownership of the ranch. Little bit of background. So Raj Peter Bacta started a company about 12 years ago called Whistle Pig. It basically redefined the luxury rye whiskey category. Up until 10 or 12 years ago, most people thought of rye, they thought of a lower end product, something that you'd find on the bottom shelf for about 10 or 12 bucks a bottle. Raj, before he had any idea he was going to get into beverage alcohol, well, he loved farms. And he had purchased a failed 500-acre dairy farm up in Addison County in Vermont. Dairy, like citrus down here in Florida, has faced a lot of challenges over the last decade. Essentially, the producers in the Northeast aren't able to compete from a cost of production standpoint with some of the producers out west. And furthermore, tastes have changed. People's diets have shifted. And so dairy, agricultural land tied to dairy farming has been in basically a 10 or 15-year depression at this point. So Raj, I think, like a lot of the farmers here in Indian River County, when he was up in the Northeast 10 or 12 years ago, he realized that if he was going to make his farm work, he wasn't going to be able to do it as a rancher or a dairy farmer. It was going to take something new. The answer that he discovered, and a lot of other businesses up in Vermont have discovered, is value-added agriculture. Finding a way to take the products that are grown on the farm, putting your stamp on it, and finding a way to market it and tell the story that these are high-end farm-based experiences that are unlike anything folks can get in Vermont. Was planting our own grain, our own corn, our own rye, which we then fermented into a beer, and which we then distilled into a whiskey. And in order to get there, we began by sourcing some whiskeys from big producers who had some surplus barrels and finishing it to our own specifications, bottling it, sending it off to market. But in any event, the product proved to be a huge success. This notion of a farm-based distillery, a craft distillery, has really taken off across the country now. A number of states have actually passed craft distillation laws. But a huge part of what we do and what we're trying to do, and the other farm-based distillers across the country are trying to do, is people want to see where their food and beverage is made. They want to know where the crops are grown. They want to be able to see it, and they want to know that they can trace back the product in the bottle to something out in the field. It's called grain to glass, this whole concept. And a part of that isn't just telling the marketing story. A part of that is actually bringing people out to the farm, letting them get a little bit of dirt under their fingernails. The big beverage alcohol markets in this country are in the big cities. It's New York, it's Boston, it's the Bay Area, it's Chicago. That's where you generate a lot of your sales. Some of these folks at the accounts, whether they're off-premise accounts like liquor stores or whether they're on-premise accounts like restaurants and bars, they've never seen the stars at night. So you get a chance to get them out in a place like rural Vermont or west of the interstate where we're operating now here in Indian River. And these people, they're floored. They're blown away. They get to know about the land, how it works, how to steward it properly, and how to do it in a way that's sustainable over the long term and how to do it right. And so Raj, a few years ago, around the time he sold Whistle Pig, moved down here. He had some friends in Indian River County and Vero Beach, fell in love with the area. But unlike a lot of the folks who moved down from the Northeast, as much as he liked the island, what he really loved was the ranch. He loved the area west of town. He loved the open space. He loved the field. He loved the cattle. We've continued to operate about 300 head of cattle. We expect we'll continue to do that because the development is confined to, 150, 180 acres, whereas most of the 900 remaining acres are available for continued agricultural operations. We've already planted a test crop of sugarcane. We're going to get some fruit trees down there so we can do some brandy as well. Brandy is the current product that we have in market. The little residential area that was discussed, don't think of that as long-term housing. That's basically a part of our marketing apparatus. A lot of these distilleries now, in addition to producing beverage alcohol, they're producing experiences. And the way you educate your consumers, whether it's your customers or whether it's the folks who operate the retail shops, the restaurants, the bars, the packaged liquor stores, or whether it's your wholesale distributors, the folks who sort of stand in between us as a producer and a supplier and those accounts where folks actually buy their beverage alcohol. These are the people who need to understand our brand, understand what we're doing, and be able to see the vision come together from cane to glass in this case. And so that's the goal at the distillery. We're not talking about some huge operation. Right now, for example, the product that we have in market, relatively limited in terms of volume of sales, in terms of number of bottles, in terms of production, the amount of distillate we're expecting to throw off. In the next year, we're not Suntory Beam, we're not Diageo, we're not some gigantic factory in northern Kentucky or in the Highlands of Scotland or in Glasgow. We're a tiny craft operation which is operating on about a 7,000 square foot footprint for the distillery. We're going to have some people coming in periodically, probably no more than 10 or 12 at a time, staying at these cottages, enjoying rural Florida, getting out on the gators, maybe riding horses, getting to see how things operate. Maybe we'll give them a day on the beach, but it's not going to be a Holiday Inn we're opening out there. Let's put it that way. And it's not going to be a massive new residential development. The whole intention, the whole DNA of the brand is to preserve that rural Florida experience, which is why Raj ended up out there to begin with. In terms of the rick houses, that's the one piece where maybe from a square footage standpoint it sounds a little bit larger, but you should understand that these rick house aging warehouse for the barrels, these will basically look like freestall barns. It won't look any different than a citrus packaging warehouse or maybe a place where you'd keep feeding equipment for cattle. So the entire aesthetics of the development, it's going to still look like a farm, smell like a farm, act like a farm in every respect. But what we're doing is finding a way to bring that value-added aspect to things, bring some tourists down to Indian River County, get them to know this area, get them to spend at the surrounding local businesses. As much as I love the ranch, I don't think folks would necessarily want to spend 3 days there without coming into town with everything that we have to offer a little bit down the road. And so that is the overall vision. And we'll start with rum. We'll probably do some brandy as well. You know, maybe bring some corn down from northern Florida and get a little bit of bourbon going too. So there's a lot that we can do once we get this thing up and running. And we think the sky's the limit with the new development coming online at the Corrigan Ranch just down the road. And we see a lot of opportunity to replicate the same sort of success that we had up in Vermont, where without disturbing the farm-based experience out on Quiet Valley Road in Addison County in the town of Shoreham, population 1,000, where we've got more cattle than people in town. That's essentially what we're looking to replicate down here. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? I know that earlier Commissioner Adams was asking if you brought any samples or anything. Is that-
Don't get me in trouble.
I just have a couple. One, in addition to bring the people down for the kind of the hands-on, the whole ecotourism thing, will you be offering like daily local tours just for residents here in the county that might want to come out and see the operation? Is that kind of in the capability as well, or?
Yeah, there will be a tasting room. Our experience up in Vermont was frankly to keep the hours limited and to keep the number of folks who were able to come out to the farm limited. We don't want it to turn necessarily into an entire dog and pony show with, you know, Raj is going to have a house up the road. You know, his family's going to be down there. It's not something where we want to turn it necessarily into Disneyland, but there will be some opportunity for the public to access, taste the product, you know, potentially purchase a bottle or two.
Okay, awesome, very good. Commissioners, anything else?
Is there a specific label this is going to be under? Do y'all have a specific label?
We've got a couple in the works. The one that's the furthest along is called Obadiah.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
And that'll say produced in Indian River County on the label?
Yes, it will.
Very good, all right. All right.
Commissioner Adams' point to the chair, to Commissioner Adams' point earlier today, and based upon your presentation today, I'm assuming that you wanted to continue moving forward today, even with the commissioner participating by Zoom.
Yes, please.
Yep.
Very good, thank you, Dylan. At this point, we'll open it up for any input from the public. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on this? Good morning.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners. I'm Joseph Paladin. I'm chairman of the Land Use Committee in the RNA, and I'm also vice president on the executive board, and I'm president of Black Swan Consulting. We support staff on this. We support the project. Anything that can keep agriculture alive out west, very, very much behind. So we support this 100%.
Very good, thank you, Mr. Paladin. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Seeing none, we'll move on. Final presentation from county staff, anything?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. And any final comments from the applicant?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. All of the documents, and Dylan, you gave a copy of that email to the clerk?
Yes, I gave a copy to the applicant's agent, and also I just emailed a copy to the clerk as well.
Okay, so all of the tangible evidence has been admitted and is in the hands of the capable hands of the clerk. I'll now go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. I think that this is a wonderful project. It is a great, unique use, and it's continuing to see these businesses fill in that ag corridor on State Road 60. I think is pretty awesome. So, with that, if there is no other discussion or comments, I would be happy to make a motion for approval.
I'll be glad to second. But also, I'd like to say, I think this fits in well with what we're looking at in the future of agriculture in some areas of Indian River County. It fits in with the visioning process that we've been talking about and other things like that, that some things change. You know, when I grew up here, and many of you did, citrus was king. You know, we had probably, I don't remember how many packs house, 30 more, maybe even higher than that, maybe 60 at one time, somebody said. But you know, we need to change, and I think this is a great thing. And this still is has the agricultural component to it, and I'm looking forward to see how it grows and successful it can become. So thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, agriculture has had some tough times, some harsh times, and creating a new niche-like environment that encompasses some tourism and exposure. It's a wonderful concept, an attractor. I have to say that there's a place that people go. I think it's Puerto Rico. When they mention that they're going to Puerto Rico, the second question is, did you go to? Okay? I don't even have to fill in a blank. And it's because of the experience when you go and tour that facility. It's because you get to see the history of the product, the development of the product, sample the product, and do all the experiencing. Presentation was excellent. It shows that there's so many more elements of draw here than just tilling the good earth and growing something. Again, we've had some challenges, and there's some great agricultural lands that can be respected, developed, and enjoyed. So I'm very excited about this project.
Very good. And I'll just kind of similar comments. I'm glad to see we're continuing with an ag use out there. This does tie in with my version of the visioning process to find more uses for the land out there so it doesn't turn into rooftops. And just looking at the numbers, you can tell by the site plan, but there's still a lot of open space on this. The total impervious area is only 8 acres out of 193, so it's got over 95% of open space. So I think that's great. We're not making a big significant footprint here, and keeping with an ag theme. And one day when they're up and running, I'd love to go out there and enjoy the tasting room one day. So looking forward to that. So Commissioner Moss, did you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it sounds like a great project. Looking forward to it.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion from Commissioner Adams, second by Vice Chair Ehrman. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you, and good luck. We look forward to future endeavors with you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our second public hearing is regarding Henry Fisher's request for abandonment of the north and west 12-foot wide strips of land reserved for a public road that are located within the bounds of the property located at 10105 Industrial Park Boulevard. This is legislative in nature, and Mr. Sweeney will kick this off. Good morning again.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. For the record, Ryan Sweeney, Chief of Current Development for the County Community Development Department. This is, yes, Mr. Fisher's request for right-of-way abandonment of two 12-foot wide strips of property that were reserved for public road by way of a deed reservation. The property is located actually within the boundary of the city of Sebastian. I'm not sure how long because it's right on the border with the county, but it is a 12-foot wide strip along the north and 12-foot wide strip along the west, and this location map depicts somewhat crudely where those are located. A summary of the request. Again, the property is actually located in the city of Sebastian, but the applicant, in an abundance of caution, wants to be sure that the county does not have any claim or any interest in these two 12-foot wide strips. All reviewing departments have reviewed and recommended abandonment of the strips. They are not needed for county roadway or access to any surrounding properties, and there is no need to reserve any easements over those areas. And very quickly, just like that, staff's recommendation is that the Board of County Commissioners abandon its right to the subject portion of the subject rights-of-way and authorize the chair to execute the associated abandonment resolution. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioners, any questions of staff?
Not at this time, sir.
Nope. Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this matter? Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Warren Dill. I'm representing Dr. Fisher this morning with the request to abandon two 12-foot strips of land that appear to go nowhere. We did some research on this to start with. It shows up in the first deed in 1943, And it repeats itself in several deeds thereafter, including the 2000 deed by which Dr. Fisher took title from the Swigert real estate company in Sebastian. The property that it's on is 1 acre in size. These two 12-foot strips are on the, you got a picture of it in your file, excuse me, are on the north and west sides of it. You look at the picture and you can see that it goes nowhere. I mean, they're just there. No one that we spoke to at the county and our title searchers could not figure out why they were there in the first place. Somebody might have had some ideas back in the 40s that they were going to create a subdivision in there. I don't know. This reservation for the two 12-foot strips is purely within the deeds. There's no plat, there's no public record other than the recorded deed that even talks about these strips of land. So our request is that the county abandon any interest that you may have. I don't think you have any interest in them personally or legally, but be that as it may, in an abundance of caution, as Mr. Sweeney said, we're just asking the county to abandon any interest that you may have in those two 12-foot strips. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Commissioners, any questions?
Dr. Fisher is here as well.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, Doc. Okay. No questions? Thank you, Warren. Does anyone else from the public wish to speak on this? Good morning again, Mr. Paladin.
Good morning again. This is Joseph Paladin, Chairman of the Land Use Committee of the RNA, Vice President of the Executive Board, and also President of Black Swan Consulting. We support staff on this. We support Dr. Henry Fisher on this, and this comes under the heading of common sense. It only makes good sense to go forward with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One other item. For the record, we have no objection to Commissioner Moss participating by electronic means.
Okay. Very good. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, your pleasure.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Flesher.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the abandonment of the two 12-foot parcels.
Thank you. And we have a second by Vice Chair Ehrman. Discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you all. Our third public hearing is to consider a resolution electing to use the uniform method for the levy, collection, and enforcement of non-ad valorem assessments for street paving in the Oslo Park area. This is legislative in nature, and the county attorney, Mr. Reingold, will kick this off.
Thank you very much. Back in October last year, the board directed the county attorney's office and the Public Works Department to begin the process of establishing an MSBU for the street paving in the Oslo Park area. In February, the board established a resolution to that effect. In April, Commissioner O'Brien conducted a public hearing on the issue. County staff is now scheduled a public hearing for today to approve the assessment roll. Proposal is for $500 per parcel per year for 20 years. If approved by the board, we will send this tax roll or assessment roll over to the tax collector and to the property appraiser, and the item will actually be able to be added on the trim notice for this year's trim notices that will be mailed out. As we heard a push to sort of increase the timeline of this project, the board may also wish to consider whether the board wants to do this project more along the lines of a special assessment project under Chapter 206 of the County Code, like we often do for many of our water projects. Under a typical assessment project under Chapter 206, county staff would prepare a true cost estimate for the project, to do the designs, create an assessment roll. There would be a hearing on the roll, and then a final as-built resolution would be approved by the board, which would set the final dollar number, and then would also set forth the interest rate that would be held out for those properties, and also a certain amount of time for someone just simply to pay it off in full before either it ended up on the assessment roll or before any interest accrued. County Attorney's Office simply recommends that the board open the public hearing today, take any comments on the proposed MSU, and then vote to either approve the draft ordinance as proposed with the assessment roll, or in the alternative, all authorize staff to move forward with an assessment project under Chapter 206. And with that, I turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Dylan. Commissioners, just a little more background on this. When I hosted the my community meeting, we had a pretty good turnout. A lot of folks from the Oslo Park area showed up. I kind of had everybody fill out a little short survey, just try to get some feedback, and it seemed clear. And Rich Spirka was there, and Dylan and Jason were all there. And part of Rich's presentation was, if we did an assessment of, say, $50 per lot per year, the first quarter mile that we would be able to pave was like 20 years down the road, and to pave all the roads would be sometime in the next century. And so Rich went through a variety of different funding levels and what it would take to, have a meaningful schedule of paving the roads. And that's when the discussion kind of turned around to, well, can we do it as a special assessment where, as Dylan described, we would do an as-built, and then each parcel would receive their share of the lot, of the portion of that cost over the 20-year period. And I think there's pretty broad support from the community that attended my community meeting, that they would like to see the roads paved sooner rather than taking the very long labored approach of nickeling and diming it. So that's kind of where we are. So, from my point of view, I think the community would prefer the special assessment process, and that way that within the next year or two, Rich has said, it's going to take a while to get the design done and permits, and then construction may be, but probably within a 3-year period, we would be able to have all of the roads paved within the Oslo Park community and move forward with that, which I think is a great benefit for the community. If you all recall, a few years back, we established a street light district for the Oslo Park area, and that's been a big bonus for the community, getting the street lights in. And I think this is just the next step, paving the roads in there to help the Oslo Park community really kind of upgrade their neighborhood and their community, and be real proud of everything there. So from my point of view, I think the majority of the residents would prefer the assessment method so that the roads could be completed and paved sooner. So with that, any questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Adams.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding what the proposal, so not moving forward with the MSBU and moving into a different process, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and I'll let Dylan give the technical answer to that.
So there's generally, yes, would be one, we would do the traditional 4 resolutions, we do the assessment roll, as an opening, we establish it, we have a public hearing on it, we set that amount, and then we would do the project, we would set the final dollar amount with an as-built resolution, which is the 4th and final of the assessment resolutions, and then that would be the assessment roll that everyone have to pay. We would set the dollar amount final, we would set the amount of time that someone would have to pay in order not to pay any interest, and then establish what the interest rate on that would be. That would certainly be quicker than sort of the VLE process, which is everyone just contributes $50, and when we get enough money, we do the project. I will note that the board has authorized using the uniform method for the collection and assessment of these levies, and that's actually really helpful, because if we go the special assessment route, it would probably be, our idea would be it would be 0 now, but we would be able to use this district in the future to actually collect the amounts that were established on the final assessment roll as we go through the other process. So in reality, the two processes would kind of merge with the MSBU serving as a method by which we would protect and collect our assessments.
So in like kindergartner terms, can you tell me what you're asking us to do?
I would say the goal would be that, and obviously I'll hear from Jason, would be direct the county attorney's office to work with the public works office to actually follow the process under 206, and we would do all the resolutions there. Set the assessment roll this year and send the assessment roll to the tax collector and property appraiser with a number of 0. Once we are done with the assessment roll process under 206, we would then be directed to utilize this process as a way to help collect assessments. So right now, and I'll ask Jason to provide any comments, is I would think 0 until we better understand what the actual number is as we go through the 206 process.
So follow-up, the public hearing today where we are being asked to create the MSB, we're doing that, but we're going to hold it at 0. Is that what you're saying? And then bring back the special assessment? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
and
it is a little complex.
Together.
Yeah.
Because it's a hybrid of the two kind of.
So the wonderful thing is that per the resolution that the board adopted in February, we've actually already established the MSBU. The issue today is, well, how much money are we going to charge per year? And so our thought would be, why don't we tell the tax collector we're going to stay at 0 right now until we better understand what the true cost estimate for the project is. And at that point, we can then give a final number to the tax collector. But at the same time, someone would have the ability to pay it off in full without having any interest. So that would be our recommendation today.
So we're creating the framework that we can use in the future. We're just setting the stage. We're not putting a dollar amount, and it will be a tool that we could then utilize once we go through the special assessment process.
And with the direction that the board would say, go through 206, we would start that process.
Okay.
Jason?
Yeah, so this would be a little bit different than what we've done before, but Dylan explained it, and I don't want to make it more complicated. So, staff is generally good with that. And this would be more in line with, once we know what the price is, then we would know what the assessment is. Because what we've got out there right now is $500 is based on an estimate of what we think it's going to cost. So as we move down this road, like we've done water assessment projects over the last several years, once we get that actual cost, then we know the dollar amount. This process would be a little bit different. I will also say it's a little bit different than what we've done for petition paving, where we typically require the petitions for 66 2/3. So this would be a change from that. I would say when I first started here, we were doing some petition paving projects, but we haven't really done hardly any in the last 10, 15 years. So this may be a better process, because I think there was a hard time getting to 66 2/3. So this may be a better process for that, because, back in the 80s and 90s, early 2000s, we did a lot of petition paving. We just haven't done a lot of those lately. So this process may be a better fit with where we are today.
And then, Jason, just hopefully for the audience, to be clear, today, if we approve this, the assessment will be 0. And then once we have a detailed construction estimate, we would have another public hearing. And let's say it came in at $400 per lot. We said, okay, we're good to go. It could come in at $500 per lot. We're good to go. If it comes in at, say, $800 per lot, then the folks may say, well, no, that's too much, and then we just kill it at that point. Is that correct? Or we can scale back the project to stay within like say, a $400 or $500 per lot fee.
I think what we would do by doing those multiple resolutions, the way we've typically done that is we have the cost estimate, and then we're usually pretty conservative on those. We make sure that we end up with a number that we're not likely to go over, and at that point, we would have a decision point. We would say, oh, this is going to cost $800 a lot, and then the public might say no, and then the board can would make that determination at that time.
Okay. Just so the public is very clear, particularly if the folks are here from Oslo Park. So what we're doing is we're creating the mechanism to move forward with paving the streets. Our vote today, there will be no dollar amount attached to it, as Jason said. That'll come probably, a year maybe down the road when we have, final plans done. So what we're doing here today is just to set the mechanism up. We're not committing anyone to a particular dollar amount today. That'll be at a future public hearing once we have a more hard, firm price done. But today, we're doing the process to move this forward to get the streets paved in Oslo Park as soon as we can. So it's kind of, hopefully everybody is clear on that. Commissioners, any other questions of staff, or everybody is good? We're good? Okay. Go ahead, open the public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on, yes, sir, come on up, please. And if anyone else wishes to speak, we have a second podium over here so we can get everybody in. Now, which of you two is speaking? Good morning and welcome. If we could have your name and address for the record, please, sir.
I live at 1500 14th Street. I'm trying to figure out why my property is going to be assessed for this paving when I have no access to that road at all. My access is off of 14th Street Southwest through Boxwood Estates. I have no access to that, but you have my property being assessed for it when it shouldn't be.
Right, and I think this came up at the my community event. Your lot is, you have frontage on 13th Street Southwest, though, is that correct?
No, I can't access it at all.
But you have frontage on it, right? Okay. I think and maybe Rich Spirica could help me here, but I think the reasoning is that eventually your property could have access on 13th Street, and so therefore that's why, because your frontage of it, that is why you'd be included in the assessment.
Okay, if we use that logic, then you're going to have to hit the houses right there in Boxwood Estates with the same assessment, and you're not.
Do they have frontage?
Yes.
Okay, we can be glad to take a look at that. We can have Public Works or Dylan look at it.
I'd be happy to look at it. I think the two pieces of property that the gentleman is referencing, actually, those two front
They front the same thing.
on 16th Court, I believe it is. 16th Court Southwest. This parcel that was included itself really appears on the map, and I'm happy to talk to the gentleman further, fronts, as Commissioner O'Brien said, onto 13th Street Southwest. Now, it's my understanding there's some other lots to the south of this that are then used to access what appears to be 14th Street Southwest. But if I certainly could talk to the property owner about removing it from here, but I would certainly want some form of deed restriction or covenant that this property would never be used to access onto 13th Street Southwest to make sure that there was some guarantee that it did not have access to that, because that'd be a lot of acreage that would be able to go onto 13th Street Southwest.
I don't have a problem with that. I'll sign whatever you want, but I don't believe I should be, because I have no access. There's the ditch right there. Unless you're going to put a culvert in for me to access my property, there's no point for me to pay for paving when I cannot access it, period.
And that's fine. As Dylan said, if we can put a deed restriction on there and eliminate it. If you wouldn't mind giving your name and address to Maura sitting here, and then she'll make sure that Dylan can get back with you and work directly with you. Okay. Is that okay?
I spoke with him last time, and I never heard anything. That's why I'm here today.
Okay, all right. Very good. Well, if we get your name and address, email or whatever, we'll get Dylan to work with you. And are you good with that then, sir? You're good? Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am, you're welcome, and your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, it's Barbara Ingram, 1055 13th Street Southwest, here in Vero. And so my question is simply, I am trying to make sure I understand the plan for future. And so you talked about a zero assessment, and then that information may, well, obviously it's going to change as you get further into the plan. So there was information that was circulated that gave a general cost analysis of it. And so I hear you saying 400, 500, and if it varies from that information, it will be presented again. And so my question is, the quote that was given, how realistic, and was that based on some sort of equation, some sort of algorithm to give us some sort of idea of what the cost involvement, because I want to make sure I understand that how much will it vary from what the community has pretty much accepted, that this is going to be our gauging of the expenses, because we don't run into, are we leaving ourselves open to the idea that when this final assessment is going to be done, it may be double, triple, or, and of course I'm exaggerating with those figures, but what was the data based on to give us some sort of idea of what the initial costs were going to be, and how drastic is that going to be?
Yes, ma'am, and a very good question. At that time, the Public Works Director who made the presentation, he was basing that cost on the total number of miles that we were looking to pave and the current cost of doing that actual work. So it was probably a fairly realistic cost analysis and estimate. However, if you just think, where was gas 4 months ago? It's a rapidly changing scenario, particularly in the construction and road paving. So things can change pretty rapidly. What we're going to do is, before we, and you are correct, we're going to start with a zero amount on the assessment. Before we even put down the first dollar on that assessment, we will have another public hearing such as this, and we'll have more design specifications and a more firm idea. We'll listen to you all again, and if it's doubled or tripled, and I certainly understand your concern there, then we may say, no, we just can't do it right now. But we'll at least have the mechanism in place to move forward. So before we put the first dollar on your tax bill, there will be another hearing, and hopefully we'll have a very, almost like down to $427 type number.
So when you talk about that projected cost, the difference between contractual and then afterwards inflation and whatever, so what kind of obligations are there going to be to the community as far as cost conservation? I understand inflation, I understand everything else, but does a contract keep varying because what was the cost today, not the cost 3 months from now, whenever you're doing contractual work?
Yep. Another excellent question, and I can tell you what we've done with water and sewer assessments just like this, and Jason, you can correct me if I'm incorrect here, but once we have this kind of a final hearing and approve the resolution assigning a dollar amount to the assessment, our policy has been that will not go up to you, the property owner. It can go down, if the project comes in below the bid, and then we can certainly lower it. But our policy has been, if the cost goes above that, then the county will pick up that difference. So once we have that final resolution and give you that number, $427.85, then that's going to be your number going forward. And if it comes in higher, the county picks it up. If it comes in lower, we'll reduce it.
Okay, so as far as documentation and being on record, as of today, there is no concrete value that the community can say, well, this is what the discussion was about.
And Rich could come up and maybe address that, but I think my understanding is we're still in that $400 to $500 range right now. And, again, things are changing daily. Mrs. Ingram, I wish I could give you a harder number, but usually, Rich is pretty good at estimating these, and we usually try to be conservative and not overpromise and underdeliver. We'd rather underpromise and overdeliver. But anyway, we can ask Rich if he thinks we're still in that range. Mr. Spirica.
Commissioners, Rich Berger, Public Works Director. We're still in the range. Right now, we're looking at cost increases from last year of almost 40%. However, when I did this estimate, we utilized the numbers that we're seeing on recent bids, and I converted those, using those numbers, asphalt, rock, sub-base, pipe work that we needed, and estimating what the survey was going to be. I was comfortable with the number of, I think it was around $5 million that we came up with, that I have no issue backing that one up. I think that's a realistic number now, and I believe it's a realistic number here over the next 3 or 4 months. However, I can't control the economy. Look at gas prices. In the last 2 weeks, diesel's gone up because I have a diesel truck. Diesel's gone up almost 60 cents. I can't control that. But what we can control is the timing of when we take this to construction. Like you said, Commissioners, this is going to take us a little while to put together. If the economy keeps going the way we're going, you may see a large increase. But then again, we may see it down. We may go down. It may level out at today's prices. The industry can only sustain so much material cost increases before construction and even in the home business isn't going to be feasible for anybody. So I'm comfortable with the numbers. I believe they're realistic. I don't believe they're going to go up in the future. I am hoping, seeing that things are starting to slow down a little bit, level off. The supply chain's only 16 weeks out for pipe and materials, but it's starting to level off. It was 45 weeks. So we're starting to see America keep up with the demand and supply, and we're starting to see prices level off. However, I'm comfortable with the $5 million that I put together for this project, and I believe it'll be right in that ballpark, maybe a little less as time goes on. Again, it's going to take 2 years before we get to construction on this one if this goes forward, and hopefully the economy, the prices of material and everything will either level off or drop down.
And so thank you. I appreciate that information. So we're just looking for some sort of reassurance that because this project is based on the financial contributions of the community. And so you have to take into consideration that when the plan was set into motion, this is what we decided. And for some folks, that is a serious commitment right then and there, And so I just don't want to go down the line and then all of a sudden the community has agreed to make these commitments, and now because of other considerations, their commitment is no longer valid and the project falls by the wayside because of changes in the scheme of cost and things. So I'm just looking for a commitment that we will adhere to that, and it has been fully supported by the community. And so based on the information that they have taken, then we can proceed with that particular project.
Yeah, and Mrs. Ingram, the other thing, we can tell you that we're going to do our best effort to keep it at that price, but as Rich said, there's certain things out of our control.
Yes.
So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm going to guarantee you it may not come in over 500 a lot. I can't do that. Rich expressed confidence that he thinks his overall number is still pretty solid. So, I think we're in a place where we can kind of say we sure hope to come in the numbers we've talked about, but I can't sit here and guarantee they won't be different.
And,
okay,
and
but
I understand that. I'm just concerned about caps.
And I understand 100%, and believe me, I'd love for this to come in cheaper and, lower the cost down for you. So hopefully we'll keep working on that. But as Rich said, he's fairly confident in his number, so I think we're in the range that we've talked about.
That sounds great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioner Fletcher.
Ma'am, and I could appreciate your concern. I know today it's a little odd, but we're asking for a save the date, an RSVP, showing you a menu that has no price on it. You haven't seen a bill, and you know you're going to eat. And we want something firm today. I get your concern, but I wanted to reassure you that when Rich throws a number, it's there. He works hard to ensure that, I mean, we have to have the confidence too, as that number that will be imposed upon our citizens will be fair, equitable, and will be able to get the job done. So many of those other variables that I mentioned before I started will be answered, and I think we'll have a right to visit this. Bless you. We'll have the ability to come on back and go forward with those numbers with you present, hopefully.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mrs. Ingram. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this in the public hearing? Yes, sir. You're welcome. Your name and address, please.
My name is Rusty Gonzalez. I live on 13th Street, 13th Avenue and 13th Street.
Okay.
Perfect. 13 and 13.
And you must be a lucky guy then, right?
I had a newspaper come over and ask me how was it bad luck to live on 13 and 13. I said, good luck. I had no bad luck at all. Anyway, it's the same question that I have. Is there any way to maybe do it a little quicker, faster, to get the price, so the price don't increase in 2 years when you guys get a price for, for the contractors and everything else? I know it takes a while, but the sooner you get it done, we know a price. If it takes longer, the price could go any which way. I'm just asking, is there any way we can speed up the process a little bit? That way we have a sure, let's say within a year instead of 2 years down the road, then it's way up.
I would think we'd have the price within a year at the most. Is that correct, Rich? Or
It's going to take me at least 18 months to put this together.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got to survey 5 miles. I've got to do the drainage. I've got to look and see what's going on out there. Driving around, the drainage does need some work. We all know that. Okay. I've got to do soils. I've got a lot of work to do. 18 months is pushing it. If I drop some of the other projects I've got going on right now and we do it internally, you're looking at 18 months minimum before I'm going to have this ready to rock and roll. But I'm going to have to drop some projects and make this work if it goes pushed up on a priority. I can just tell you right now. So that's where I stand. I would love to move it forward. I just can't. I can't get there before 18 months.
Okay. All right. Jason?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that staff's got a lot on their plate, a lot of other road projects, a lot of other drainage projects that this has to be worked into. So we want to do it as quickly as we can, but there's just limitations. We've got other projects.
And sir, as Rich said, it may be, taking a little bit longer. Prices might be coming down, so it might be to our benefit.
Yeah, and I'm not thinking that us doing more and more capital projects right now is necessarily helping the price situation.
Right.
My hope is that some of these commodity prices may go down, over the next year or two.
I'm just trying to make sure, trying to figure out a way that once you book it and close it, it won't keep rising on you, Sometimes you got to get out there and say, okay, this is the contractor. He's going to only charge this much. That's the contractor we want, instead of waiting too long and then that contractor's already raised the price another $50,000 or whatever,
Yes, sir.
And we will do that in the process. What'll happen is we'll come, once we have a design ready to go, and we'll have an engineer's cost estimate. We'll set that preliminary assessment, and as Commissioner O'Brien said, that's been the high watermark. We've had projects where the cost has gone up from there, and we eat it basically. So if we say it's going to be X, if we say it's going to be 500. It's not going to be more than 500 once we get to that point, and then we're going to be pretty ready to roll on construction. Shortly thereafter, we'll go award the bid, and if it ends up being
I believe
four,
the price is going to be good. I don't have a problem with the price. As a matter of fact, I'm 68. I don't think I'm going to live 20 years, so I'm going to do it like $1,200 a year is what I'm going to pay, so I can get it paid off.
Maybe it should be $1,300 for you, just because you're 13 and 13.
Okay. I'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? All right. Seeing none and having provided ample opportunity, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair, move for staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Vice Chair Ehrman, and that is Dylan's recommendation to establish the assessment roll now with a $0 value, in which will create the framework for the future collection of the assessments.
So, so the two things that I hear is the direction on is we will have 0 will be this year's MSBU assessment, and 2, I've heard that there's been a direction for staff to start the process of creating and doing the paperwork for resolutions 1 and 2 under the Chapter 206 process.
Yes.
Perfect.
I think that's, okay. All right, is there any discussion? Does Commissioner Moss have any comments?
I'm in favor of this.
Okay, well then we'll take care of that right now. All in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? That carries 5-0. Commissioners, we have one last public hearing. Did we want to dispense with that and then take a brief break? Vice Chair Ehrman was the second. Is everybody good to keep going a little bit, or
Whatever you guys want to do, I'm fine.
you guys good? Okay. Our final public hearing is Indian River County Board of County Commissioners and Kelly Stanton of Super Mix. We request to rezone approximately 9.24 plus or minus acres from A1 agricultural to IG general industrial district. This is quasi judicial. The parties to the proceeding are Indian River County and Kelly Stanton and Supermix, which is the applicant. Commissioners asked to disclose any ex parte communications, site visits, or independent investigations. I'll start with Commissioner Flesher.
Mr. Chair, none that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Chair.
None that I'm aware of, although I do drive 53rd Street occasionally and go by the site. I'm sure we all do that, so. Commissioner Adams?
Great road.
And Commissioner Moss, any ex parte?
Nothing to declare.
Okay, and can you have an open mind and be able to base your decision on evidence presented in applicable law?
Can and shall.
Commissioner Adams?
Can and will.
Can and will?
Can and will.
Very good. Okay, at this point, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone that wishes to speak on this matter, even if you're not sure you think you might speak, please rise so you can be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you all. We will now begin with a presentation by county staff. Good morning,
Phil Matson,
gentlemen.
Community Development Director. Let me introduce Chris Balter, our newest member of the
welcome.
Long-Range Planning Section, who's in charge of our rezonings and comprehensive plan amendments. Chris?
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Balter, Community Development, Long Range Planner. Before you have a case that is Indian River County Board of County Commissioners and Kelly Stanton of Supermix rezoning from A1 to IG. Location and existing land uses located south of and adjacent to 53rd Street and 29th Court. It's in an existing commercial and industrial node. There's Titan Cement to the east and Cemex to the north, and there's a trucking facility to the south. The purpose of this request is to secure the zoning necessary to develop the site. The intended use for the site is a cement facility. This is subject to other corridor special development regulations. The Planning and Zoning Commission's action on April 28th was to recommend that the BCC approve the request unanimously. The A1 zoning district within the urban service area serves as a holding zoning, so you'll see that to the property to the west of it as well. It's generally a holding district until the property owner deems fit something feasible to use for the land. General Industrial District. The IG General Industrial District is intended to provide an area where a broad range of industrial activities may be located and operate without significant adverse impacts to the nearby properties. The other corridor special development regulations, aesthetic regulations are buildings, landscaping, signage, and lighting. And it does require pedestrian connectivity. Future land use map shows that this property and the property within the property is in a commercial and industrial node. The commercial industrial node is to provide areas for development of industrial and commercial uses. It's located in areas with suitable levels of service and infrastructure for the urban scale development, and it's located along major transportation routes and separated from residential areas. The existing and adjacent zoning is IG to the north, which is Cemex. South is IG as well, a trucking yard. East is the Titan concrete plant, and A1 to the west, which is vacant land. The criteria that was analyzed was concurrency, consistency with the comprehensive plan, consistency with the county's land development regulations, any environmental impact, and compatibility with the surrounding land uses. With concurrency, it checked all the boxes for transportation, water, wastewater, solid waste, and stormwater management. A more detailed review will be done at the time the project is developed, if it's approved. The most intense use within the existing zoning is 92,400 square feet of retail agricultural trade, and the most intense use with the proposed rezoning is 184,800 square feet of general industrial. So the consistency with the comprehensive plan, it meets future land use objective 1, future land use policies 1.17, future land use policy 1.18, and future land use policy 1.43, which is very specific to this case. For for policy 1.43, it needs to meet these criteria. Along an arterial road and major intersection, it does. Along railroad tracks, it does within 700 feet. Near industrial areas, it's an existing commercial and industrial node. Separated from residential, yes, it's over 1/4 of a mile away, and it's separated from retail and office spaces, which it is. It's on the other side of Old Dixie. The rezoning request is consistent with all the applicable sections of the county land development regulations, including section 902.123 standard of review. The environmental impacts currently contains vacant land that is vegetated. Rezoning the property is anticipated to have no adverse impacts on the environment. A more detailed environmental impact will be looked at during the development phase and development review process. Conclusion, the request is compatible with the surrounding zonings, consistent with the county's comprehensive plan. It meets the concurrency test, it meets the criteria to be rezoned, and there's no adverse environmental impacts. Staff supports the request. Staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend that the BCC approve the rezoning request from A1 to IG.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions of staff? Seeing none, thank you. Very, very good, welcome. Next is a presentation, if any, by the applicant. Is there anyone in here representing? Bruce, you wave? Okay, thank you. Mr. Barquette is here representing the applicant and does not have a presentation.
And Mr. Barquette, you're good with us proceeding today? Yes, I'm
Okay.
seeing the thumbs up.
Confirm that Mr. Barquette was good with that?
Can you check and see if he has laryngitis? One of the very few times he.
Yeah, usually he's ready to step up, but.
Thank you, sir.
All right, is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment on the proposed rezoning? Okay, seeing none. County staff, any final presentation? Nope. And Mr. Barquette, any final presentation? Nope. All right, with that, all of the documents and tangible evidence have been admitted into evidence. They're in the hands of the capable hands of the clerk. Okay. With that, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, I think this makes perfect sense, and I would be happy to move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Flesher. All in favor signify with, I'm sorry, Commissioner Moss, did you have any comments?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, all in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries 5-0. Commissioners, we're going to go ahead and take a brief break here. We'll come back at 10:50. Oh, you got rid of the vest, nice.
It's a partial.
Okay.
I'm so proud of you.
It's partial.
I know it was hard.
We'll call the meeting back to order. We will now move on to public speaking. A request to speak from Bill Rigby, West Wabasso Progressive Civic League, the Daisy Hope, West Wabasso Progressive Civic League lease termination. Good morning and welcome, Mr. Rigby.
Good morning. My name is Bill Rigby. I reside at 8465 59th Avenue, Wabasso, Florida. I'm here this morning because the president of the West Wabasso Progressive League asked me to speak here on behalf of the board and the West Wabasso community. Now there's issues that I would like to address before you today because of the unreadiness that was not addressed in this chamber during the last meeting on May the 10th. It was stated by some commissioners that there were many organizations in the West Wabasso community, and they also stated they didn't know who to communicate with on issues that affect the Wabasso community. Let me remind this commission, since 1970, the West Wabasso Progressive Civic Club has been meeting with the county commissioners, which started in the basement of the old courthouse, I believe that is on 14th Street. Up until this present day, which is before you now. If you still have doubt about what I'm saying, request the clerk of the board to pull these minutes and documents from the 1970s until the present. This is just a reminder of how long the club has been addressing issues in the West Wabasso community. I am going to read something this morning because it was brought up in this chamber. And when something is brought up in the chambers, my philosophy is always that I would address those issues. Here is a statement of fact that was presented to the Department of State Division of Cooperation. And this is what the president did. I, Arthur Rigby, did not authorize any or give permission to anyone or person to make changes to the West Wabasso Progressive Civic Club, Inc. annual report or any transaction to the entity of any source. Now, I'm going back. Oh, Lord. Hey, just bear with me one moment. I don't like this. Oh, my God. I just had it. Just bear with me one moment. I don't like fumbling, but I just had it. Yeah, it's going to come to me, though. What I'm looking for is my speech. Oh, here you go. Sorry. Let me read one more item from Division of Cooperation because there needs to be some clarity in what has been said and what has been in the community. Now, there was a filing date on 10/29/2021 by another group that called themselves the West Wabasso Progressive Civic Club. Now, Their docket number is W2-100-142267. Our docket number, the original Wabasca Progressive Civic League, original documentation is, I think, 708050. That's the original documentation of the old West Wabasca Articles of Cooperation. Okay, I'm moving on. If any commissioner, if any county administrator, the recreation department, and the health department had a meeting with this group, and this group is saying that they represent the West Wabasca Progressive Civic League Club, Inc., is considered to be illegal. If a grant or any financial contributions that has been awarded to this group, again, is considered illegal. On May the 10th, the decision was made to terminate the West Wabasca Progressive Civic Club lease. The president came before this board and asked this commission to table the lease agreement. Now, we did meet with the county administrator and also the county attorney. We talked about the health department and the lease agreement with Daisy Hope. They asked us, would it be a good idea? We said, sure, it would be. We think it'd be good for the community. But we also asked the county administrator, before you present it to the commissioners, we would like to review the agreement. After meeting with the county official, the president received a call from a health department official requesting that the West Wabasca Progressive Civic Club terminate its lease with the county. According to the lease, 24, I'm going to read both, 24 and 21. '24 says this: default of, non-compliance of, I'm putting parentheses on these of, or, of, and or other non-compliance with any term, convenient, or condition of any nature whatsoever under the lease to be performed by the Civic Club or Daisy Hope, either individually, jointly, provided, however, that a default by one party shall not be deemed to be a default by another party. Now I'm going to read 20.1. Your policies now, not mine, your policies. Let me read it. The letter's getting kind of thin, so I need to put these glasses on. Upon the occurrence of an event of default, the landlord shall send a written notice to Civic Club and Daisy Hope, as the cause may be, in the manner set forth in the lease, setting forth the event of default in specific detail and the data this lease shall terminate in the event the defaulting party does not cue the default. Now, if you go back and read portion of the lease agreement, it states this. Let me say this first of all. I have nothing against Daisy Hope or anything. I think that Daisy Hope is at a wonderful job in the community. Hats off to him. And Daisy Hope can never say that the Wabassa Progressive Civic Club interfered in nothing that they did. Even though they locked us out a couple of times, but that's here, not there. Well, and things happen, but they can honestly say we never interfered with them. EOC can never say that we interfered with them on any issues. However, with EOC, I have some other issues concerning EOC, but that's another day, another time. But I'm going to address some of them today. But today, that's not my concern. My concern today is the lease. Now, after we reviewed the lease agreement, and Daisy Hope and we are partners, considerably partners. That's what we're supposed to be. And being partners, that Daisy Hope sent a letter to the county. That letter was supposed to be addressed to who? We're partners. That letter was supposed to first go to who? The West Wabassa Progressive Civic Club. We are supposed to sit down and discuss what the next move has been. Then we present that to either the county administrator or to the commissioners to make a decision. That was never done. Bam, over our heads. Health department, bam. I'm here today on the policies and how it was done. When you do something right and righteous, you don't have no problems. But when you do it wrong, and when you're trying to circumvent certain issues and certain people, this is what you do. The Civic Club has been around for years. For years. We haven't had no problems. Well, not that I know of. We had problems. I think the health department helped us with water. They helped us with sewage. Hey, we're grateful. Because it's about time that we get some of those things in the community. But I'm going to say this today. When you have policies that directly affect a community, that is pertaining to the community that where we reside, I don't think that no outside force should come in and intervene without going through the proper channels. We have good communication with the health department. As a matter of fact, the health department used to conduct a lot of our meetings for over 3 to 5 years. The president was there, but the health department was directing our meetings. We didn't have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is this right here. And this bothers me a lot, and the community. Here's a presentation right here. And in that presentation, it says right here, work in partnership with Daisy Hope for the past few years. And partnership has grown and expanded. Let me remind this commission, we asked for the same thing about 5 years ago. know what we was told? I don't have time, and I'm tired. But now in 2022, working in partnership with Days of Hope for the past few years, and partnership has grown and expanded. We firmly believe in the community that when we all work together economically, it all helps the community. It's not about individuality. It's about helping the community. It's not about, we all have differences. We all do. But we almost have a commonality as what? Where we go from here. Now here it says, this is Department of Health, the presentation that they gave, which I thought was a great presentation. I perused over it, I looked over it, and I thought, hey, it was good. It's good, some good things, there's some good things for the community. But then I read this part. As Daisy Hope faced financial challenges, both partners realized possibilities for the future. I started scratching my head there. I said, well, where was West Wabasca Progressive Civic League at that time? We always needed financial help. Always. We came, asked for money, but I got to say now this much. You guys did come along with the water and the sewage, and we thank God for that. That is the most precious thing that I think the health department, the county did in our community. And I think when everybody get on water and sewage, it's a good thing. I'm moving right along.
Mr. Rigby?
Yes.
Mr. Rigby, I know you're under public comment and that the board doesn't typically take action under public comment. You've gone for about 17 minutes. I'm just hoping you're getting to a conclusion.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
I'm in it. After careful consideration, the board met with his attorney and he stated that we should not relinquish our lease. The legal basis for this decision was 20.1, which does not apply to the club. The proper protocols was for Daisy Hope to contact the president of the club and discuss the decision to terminate this contract. It is clearly stated in the lease agreement. The county has set forth a precedent that if you lease from the county, you can terminate, abandon, and default. And the county will reward you with a new lease to ensure you that you do not fail. And I'm going to my closing statement. Ms. Hawker got up before this commission on May the 10th. And she stated that, hey, I think a commissioner asked her whether or not that we can have a political speaker or not. She said these words. I'm paraphrasing now, not verbatim, I'm paraphrasing. She said, I don't think that they can do it. I have not talked with my attorney. Those are the words that she said. Now, that is a county facility. And if we're going to be there for that one day, we should have the right to speak, or whomever we should do it. That's the taxpayers' building. She doesn't have the health department don't have no lease. They don't have a lease. I'm going to close out with these words right here. This is clearly a violation of our constitutional rights to our freedom of speech. And we should be allowed to have whomever we come in that building. It's our prerogative to. Even though it's a county building, we pay taxes there. But the health department has no right to say that. All we are asking here today is that the county honor what you have in your lease agreement. Even though you have made a decision on May the 10th. We have made that decision, and we realize that. And you're saying that the health department is saying, well, you still can have it. I've been a contract manager 20-some years. And I know verbal agreement is a contract. Per se now. But we know if it's not in writing, it don't mean a hill of bean. All we're asking that you honor the lease. That's all. And I think if you honor the lease upon what you have stated in your lease agreement, I think that's all we're asking for. Just honor your rules and your policies. That's it. Thank you for allowing me this.
Thank you, Mr. Rigby. Thank you very much. Moving on to departmental matters, we've already handled the community development, so we'll move down to human resources. The group insurance recommendations for plan year 22 and 23. And I believe Suzanne is going to make this presentation. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Suzanne Boyle, Human Resource Director. I can't believe it's June 2022 already, and we're preparing for our October plan year, so it came up on us quickly this year. So before you, we have our group insurance recommendation for the upcoming plan year. You see a summary of our benefits. We offer medical insurance, a health advocacy insurance. It's not an insurance, but it's a benefit to assist employees with challenging situations that may arise with the benefit programs. Pharmacy benefit, a planned surgery benefit. That's our Surgery Plus that we added last year. Telemedicine through Teladoc. Dental insurance through Emeritus, vision insurance through IMED, flexible spending accounts through P&A Group, life insurance through Mutual of Omaha, which is up for renewal, voluntary long-term disability insurance, which is through Mutual of Omaha, also up for renewal, our employee assistance program through Health Advocate, diabetes management through Connect, and we also have a variety of supplemental insurance policies that are individual policies through AFLAC, and I have a recommendation for some group policies that I'll review with you as we go through the agenda item. All of the full-time employees of the county and the constitutional offices participate in this group program, as well as dependents and retirees of the county and the constitutional offices. Our goal is to maintain insurance benefits that are affordable, competitive, and sustainable, and it's a pretty important program for us, as we all know, for recruiting and retention of our workforce. The recommendations are highlighted below in the agenda item. I can tell you some wonderful news. Under our medical and pharmacy benefit, our plan is performing very, very well. We are not recommending any rate increases or any changes to the plan this year. Status quo, everything stays the same, and we're pretty pleased about that. We did request Locked-In, our benefits consultant, to go out and market a few things, one of those being the administrative service that is provided through Florida Blue. They did come back with some information, and Florida Blue responded with a very competitive renewal offer for us. We were entering the last year of a 5-year agreement. Our rate is $53.04 per member per month, and they have reduced that rate to $49.55 per member per month. And they are also including the Teladoc benefit, which we are paying today an extra $1.50 per member per month for that benefit. So that's about $30,000 a year. This renewal offer from Florida Blue, everything stays the same, with the exception of we get an additional $75,000 in wellness upon approval by the board. And we continue to receive $50,000 annually in wellness dollars to be contributed to Indian River County and set aside for purposes of wellness for our employees. The overall savings of this new ASO agreement would be $339,056 over a 5-year period based on the reduction in that administrative service fee. So we're pretty pleased about that. And I'm going to pause there and see if you have any questions about the ASO renewal.
Just one thing, Suzanne. The plan is performing well, I guess, because our claims history is better.
Yes.
And with this, can you relate it at all to some of the plans that we've been putting in over the last couple of years, like the health advocacy and the diabetes management program and things like that? Is that kind of starting to maybe pay a dividend now with a healthier membership, or can you put your finger on it?
It's really hard to quantify it. However, once we proceed with some additional programs that we'll be looking at, an employee clinic, enhanced wellness, and really start being able to analyze and assess, getting the data that we need to really determine, okay, are we improving people's overall health over time? I would say yes, that we are, because we are making a commitment and doing those things to help support wellness, the health advocacy, the Surgery Plus, the Connect Diabetes Management Program. That Connect program, just this past year, we modified that program a little, and we're still working through some issues with getting them the data that they need to be able to reach out to the members who are maybe have a diagnosis that's come up, a new diagnosis. So we're hoping to kind of take the approach a little bit more personalized, to where we help support our employees as they manage their health during the course of their career with Indian River County and even into retirement.
Okay, that was all I had. Thank you.
All right, so continuing, we have no changes for the health advocacy benefit. I can tell you that we had a small rate increase that was proposed, and Lockton was able to negotiate that to a rate pass, so no rate increase on that benefit. We are pretty new with the planned surgery benefit through Surgery Plus. We'll be monitoring that after we get a year's worth of data and come back and report to the board how that is progressing. The telemedicine visit, as I spoke about earlier, the current $1.50 per member per month that we're paying, that has been negotiated down to be included in the reduced ASO fee, so we're saving some money there, so that's great news. The dental programs are performing well. Lockton was able to negotiate a rate pass, so there's no change in those benefits. The rates all remain the same, so we're pretty pleased about that. Vision insurance, we're on a rate hold through 2025, and there are no changes to that program. Flexible spending accounts, we're in the second year of a multi-year agreement with P&A Group, and there are no changes. The employee assistance program, performing well. We have great utilization through that program. There's no rate increase and no changes proposed. The diabetes management program, we're on a rate hold. There are no recommended changes at this time. And then we move into the basic life and AD&D benefit, as well as our long-term disability benefit through Mutual of Omaha. This is an area where we had a initial proposal for a rate increase of over 52% on our basic life insurance premium, and the reason for that is we've had a lot of claims on the death benefit and also the disability benefit. There was a small increase to the voluntary life benefits, 10%. Long-term disability was going to go up 15%, and then the retiree life insurance rate was also going to increase from 75 cents per $1,000 of coverage to $1.20. So what we did to try to mitigate these increases is we asked Lockton to market for what we call voluntary worksite benefits. So today we have individual policies through AFLAC that our employees can meet with an AFLAC representative. It's the same type of policy you can get as just a member of the general public. It's not a special county benefit. It's the same rates. There's no reduction because you're under the county group. It's basically individual policies that are through the AFLAC program. So one of the things that I had identified is I would really like to be able to offer a group insurance benefit at reduced rates, secure lower premiums under that group platform, and be able to offer that through our open enrollment benefit. So Lockton went out, they marketed the life insurance, they received proposals back from Mutual of Omaha, Standard, MetLife, and New York Life. I'm not going to get into the complexities of those proposals because they are very complex. You talk about apples, oranges, lemons, bananas. I mean, it gets really complicated. But Lockton did come back and they stated that the most competitive overall proposals were from Mutual of Omaha, and they gave us 3 options for a renewal. They stated we could renew just with our basic life, our voluntary life, and our long-term disability benefit, and that would be a $68,000 increase in our basic life insurance premium, which is paid by the county. We'd have those increases on the voluntary life and the voluntary long-term disability policies that are paid by employees, and then the retiree life rate would increase to that $1.20 per $1,000 of coverage. Now, obviously, you can understand why I would want another option than that option, right? So then we drop down to option 2, and this is where the addition of some voluntary benefits comes in, and this is just if we were to add voluntary short-term disability benefits through Mutual of Omaha, which today are offered through AFLAC as individual policies. So if we brought that in as a group benefit offered through our annual open enrollment, it would reduce the basic life insurance increase by $20,000. So instead of $68,000, it would be a $48,000 increase. And it would keep the retiree life insurance rate at the 75 cents per thousand. So, and then we'd still have the increases in the voluntary life and the long-term disability benefit of 10 and 15% noted above. The voluntary short-term disability benefit, the reason I'm really excited about bringing that on as a group benefit is today our long-term disability is offered through Mutual of Omaha. So if obviously you have a short-term disability before you get to a long-term disability, and the Mutual of Omaha benefit would just piece right in with that waiting period of either 90 or 180 days that we have through Mutual of Omaha. So I'd have a short-term disability benefit that would carry somebody through until their long-term disability benefit kicked in. It would be one administrator, one claim, and then it would just be very easily managed for our employees who needed to seek that benefit. And then option 3 is offered if we add on additional worksite benefits through Mutual of Omaha to include what we call a voluntary critical illness policy and accident coverage. So those are very similar to what people are currently able to get through AFLAC, but this would be through Mutual of Omaha. Again, a very reputable company, solid policies, good benefits, good rates for our employees. And by doing that, it would further reduce the basic life insurance increase by $10,000 more. So the overall increase would be a $38,000 basic life insurance premium increase, keeping the retiree rate the same, and then a slight increase in those voluntary the voluntary life insurance that you can have on your children or your spouse, or supplemental insurance that you elect to enroll in, and then also on the long-term disability policy. So my recommendation and Lockton's recommendation is option 3 because it would add on short-term disability group insurance, voluntary worksite benefits of the critical illness policy or the accident policy, and reduce the basic life insurance and retain the retiree life insurance, so there would be no impact to our retirees who continue the life insurance benefit. Then related to the AFLAC benefit that employees are currently enrolled in, we would grandfather those people in if they wanted to stay on the AFLAC policies. We would continue to do that. But for our new employees, we would be offering the group insurance benefits through Mutual of Omaha. And also the AFLAC individuals could say, I want to leave the individual policy world and go into the group policy. It would be guaranteed issue. no medical documentation or anything like that. People would come in and be able to have that benefit. So with that overview, I'd like to pause and answer any questions that you might have.
And just Lockton and staff is recommending that option 3.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions of Suzanne?
They can keep Aflac if they currently have Aflac?
Yes.
They don't have to change over to Mutual,
Exactly.
but they can change over to Mutual of Omaha.
They could choose to leave Aflac and go to Mutual of Omaha and enroll in those benefits, or keep Aflac, and they could probably enroll here, but that would almost be a duplication of coverages, so I don't know that that would be the best choice.
I like the fact that we're not having an increase in insurance, especially this year. That's
Me
something
too.
that's very
There's a few
near and
others.
dear to all employees and retirees, especially
Yes.
those who are on the fixed income. Yeah, I think this is definitely a plus this time, a positive, and
Right.
unless anybody wants to discuss it further, I'll move staff recommendation.
Okay. I do have one question, but we have a motion by Vice Chair Ehrman, second by Commissioner Flesher. So Suzanne, a little bit of a personal interest question, since I will be retiring here soon. So I currently have a voluntary life insurance policy through our benefit package. So when I retire, I'll be able to continue that policy at 75 cents
So
per
you
thousand?
continue a retiree life insurance benefit of $20,000 for each $1,000 of coverage. So you'll have 20 units of coverage. That's 75 cents for each unit of coverage. So 75 times 20, $15 a month.
Oh, so is that the maximum amount allowed, then it's just 20?
Now,
Okay.
there's a portability option. Just by leaving employment, you can reach out to Mutual of Omaha and say, can you send me a portability or conversion package? They will rate you at a higher rate than our group rates, but you do have the ability to port that coverage.
Okay, all right. I'll have to make an appointment with somebody in your office and get
Yes.
all this figured out. You know, the worst thing is, I'm getting about 5 things a mail a day about Medicare stuff now. All the.
You're on the list.
Oh, yeah, they've captured me, I'm done. Okay, so we have a motion for staff recommendation by Vice Chair Ehrman, second by Commissioner Flesher. Any discussion, any comments from the public? Commissioner Moss, did you have any comments?
No, not at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well, we'll go ahead and move on the vote. All in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? That carries 5-0. Suzanne, thank you very much. Great job. Oh, and tell Lockton, thank you for all their negotiations and getting the rate passes in there and all that good stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pass that along.
Information technology, the EOC fiber procurement. Mr. Russell, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. So this morning I'm here to speak to you about and to seek your approval to procure a master reel, approximately 47,000 feet, just under 47,000 linear feet of fiber to support more really than just the EOC to admin fiber. It's also intended to support a fiber project we have pending in the capital improvement plan for our US 1 north from admin to Sebastian Corners. As the staff report indicates, we've been advised that current lead time on fiber is about 52 weeks. I was contacted by one of the suppliers on our telecom maintenance agreement, and they've indicated, it's Drelcom, and they've indicated that they have an opportunity later this month to procure an entire master reel of fiber. And that's, we may find that by the time we go to make that procurement, some of that has also been obligated to other companies. But we want to try and pursue that given the fiber projects that we have pending in the next 12 months. And that's really what this request is all about, just to have the board authorize the procurement of that, the advanced procurement of that fiber while the design engineering for those projects is ongoing. Normally we would just do that via the maintenance agreement we have, but because that maintenance agreement anticipated that we would procure that at the time the work was to be performed, all items in that maintenance agreement are published as furnish and install, and in this case we are procuring the fiber in advance of the installation work. So that's the price that has been quoted is $2.60 per linear foot, which we believe is consistent with the furnish install prices that are in the agreement.
Very good. Any questions of Dan?
Makes sense to me.
So staff is recommending that we go ahead and purchase the master reel and waive bid requirements to move forward with this. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, commissioners?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Flesher. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries 5-0. Thank you, Dan.
Commissioners.
We now move on to Office of Management and Budget, the Tourist Development Council 22-23 budget recommendation. And Kristen Daniels, our budget director, will be here. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kristen Daniels, Budget Director. And before you today is the TDC's award recommendation for fiscal year 22-23. So per the outside agency funding policy, the Budget Office sent out applications back in March, and those applications were due May 1st. Here you can see these are the applications that we received. The requests are in the second column there. And I would like to note that in gray, those are the two applications that we received that are new to us this upcoming fiscal year. Those are Coastal Connections in the City of Vero Beach. Per the outside agency funding policy, applications from other governmental agencies or municipalities are not eligible to receive TDC funding, so the City of Vero Beach's request was not considered. So moving on here, we have the revenue projection for next fiscal year. Staff is proposing a 30.9% increase in the revenues. That brings in an additional $336,573 to the fund. As you all are aware, our tourist tax revenue has been record-setting each month this fiscal year, so we are bringing in more revenue there. This 30.9% increase puts us at about level funding to what we received last fiscal year, and obviously awards quite a bit more to the agencies. Since our revenues are so strong, staff is recommending this year that we set aside 10% of that local option resort tax to be used at a future date. Unfortunately, it's only a matter of time before we're likely to get hit by a hurricane, could see another red tide come through, or an increase in the pandemic. And it's good to set aside those funds when things are going well, so that in a potential downturn, we don't have to reduce funding to our agencies when they need it most. We can tap into this reserve amount and kind of keep them at level funding so that the impacts aren't as great. Per board direction last year, when we reallocated that additional ½ cent, the board gave us direction to reserve 75% of that additional funding for a reserve for contingency amount. That amount for next fiscal year is $111,375. That money is to be used for any unanticipated events or expenses that arise mid-fiscal year outside of the normal funding award cycle. So here we have the TDC recommended funding. In the second column there, you can see the award amounts. The TDC did vote to fund the agencies, all eligible agencies, at 100% of their request. So unfortunately, by giving everyone their ask, there is a shortfall of $17,907. The TDC is proposing that that shortfall be taken from that cash forward line. That is where staff set aside that 10% for a future date. I can tell you that staff disagrees with this approach. Staff's recommendation is to follow the TDC's ranking process. So every year the TDC gets together and they rank all the agencies from highest to lowest. And the methodology is that the highest ranked agency receives their full request, and then the lowest ranked agency would take the shortfall. So this year the TDC ranked Coastal Connections as the lowest, with Cultural Council being the second lowest. So what we've done here is started with Coastal Connections. They requested $7,500, so we've taken that to zero. The remaining shortfall would then be $10,407. So that was removed from the Cultural Council's request. I would like to note here, highlighted in gray up top there, that despite the fact that we reduced Cultural Council's request, they are still receiving an additional 10.7% increase over what they're currently receiving in 21-22, and it's additional $5,292 for them. So they're not taking a cut from what they've currently been awarded in the current fiscal year. So staff's recommendation here awards an additional $200,283 to the agencies, or a 20.8% increase. And just to recap, Indian River County Chamber of Commerce is receiving an additional $119,041, or 22%. Sebastian Chamber of Commerce an additional almost $30,000, or 27.2%. Cultural Council we discussed. Historical Society requested level funding, so no change there. Treasure Coast Sports Commission will receive an additional $40,000, or a 19% increase, and Bureau of Heritage would receive an additional $6,000, or 23.1% increase under staff's recommendation here. So this slide is what staff is recommending, and I will take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Kristen?
Just
Commissioner Adams? Yep.
Just to clarify, this table is not in ranking order. It's just,
No.
okay, so
No.
Coastal Connections and then Cultural Council. And then, okay.
I can read you the rankings if you want, but the way that the TDC ranking process kind of goes is that we start at the bottom, we remove that, and then the next lowest agency takes the remaining. And here we didn't have to go any further than the Cultural Council.
Okay, thank you. That's all the comments I have at this moment.
Okay. Okay, is there anyone from the audience here that would like to comment on the proposed recommendations? Yep, come on up. Good morning, welcome. Name and address, please.
My name is Janet Begley, and I'm here on behalf of the Cultural Council. I'm their Manager of Finance. You may know me from the Press Journal. I'm not here representing the Press Journal in any way, shape, or form. I just wanted to clarify that the Cultural Council's additional ask this year for funding is directly related to the Gifford Cultural Center project. The Cultural Council has recently received a $500,000 grant that is included in the state budget that Governor DeSantis just signed to give that new project in Gifford for the Cultural Center a head start. And we had asked the TDC to help us fund a fundraising event for them to kind of give them a head start on that new project. So I just wanted to clarify that the extra money that the Cultural Council asked for this year was not for the Cultural Council, but rather for the Gifford Cultural Center.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Commissioner Adams, I think, had some questions.
Yeah, actually, Janet answered my basic question, because it was my understanding that somewhere in the Cultural Council's budget, the increase, and I didn't know if Commissioner Fletcher or what, the increase was related to the Gifford Cultural Center. So I was just kind of seeking clarification. So yes, that is accurate, because one of the things, we have the ability to do, Kristen, if I'm not mistaken, and that we have done from time to time in the project, outside of the traditional funding program or the funding process. I know sometimes things have come up mid-year. The Shooting Masters is probably, and the Giant Fishing Tournament was probably the two most extreme examples, but I know we've done smaller things from time to time. I don't know if it's appropriate now for discussion, but my thought was I do think it's important that we adhere to the funding policy that we've set. We have in the past had discussions at TDC because every year there seems to be a bit of angst from time to time, depending on what's being asked for and what we have available with that policy. But every time we bring up the policy change, which I know myself have done 2 or 3 times, and I think Commissioner Fletcher, you've done it as well, the TDC board doesn't want to change that grant policy. They want to adhere to that. So my thought is, if we can't even really make the cuts necessary to meet flush times, how are we possibly going to make it through lean times when, you know, unfortunately the economy is cyclical. Like we are riding high with tourism dollars right now, but something's going to happen. Knock on wood, it's way far down the line. But we've gone through that, and it was difficult. And the only reason some years we were even able to make the minimal budget that we had was that because there were no increases, and the different organizations maybe worked it out behind the scenes. I don't want to impact what might be a one-time opportunity situation or a special project. We have the ability under the statute and our ordinance to fund museums, those types of things. So my thought really was, if we could look at the Gifford Cultural Center issue as a special project, that helps the Cultural Council still meet their budget, and we can kind of deal with that separately, because they just got this grant. I know they're still trying to get some of the ducks in a row about what it is that they do want to do as far as that fundraising opportunity, and that might help us get closer to, meeting that budget. Unfortunately, there's always going to be somebody at the bottom, and that doesn't necessarily help Coastal Connections, and I understand that. But what I would say is, I think, sometimes the first year as a new organization, you learn a lot going through the process that can help better your rankings the next year. But I do, and I wasn't there, so, I don't know what the presentation was. I'm sure it's great stuff. I know that there's other organizations doing similar turtle walks in the community as well. But I guess my whole point is, I do think it's important that we adhere to that policy, because that's the policy that over the years TDC has always wanted to revert back to, even if it's difficult to make those decisions. But I just really feel like if we can't do it now when we have a lot of money and we're still seeing these vast increases, what happens when we don't? And if we can solve the issue of helping out the new Gifford Cultural Center separately outside, then that might be a better solution.
Commissioner Fleischer.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. And once again, several of us have chaired the Tourist Development Council, and I've had the great opportunity to do it for several years. And historically, when we have our presentations and we have a shortfall, we generally take a brief recess, and then there's a readjustment. I guess people talk and figure out their avenues, and somehow it miraculously comes into an even balance. So we don't have this challenge of taking away from someone who's seeking to have funding to go forward and promote the tourism here in Indian River County. I want to say thank you to our tourism partners. We've had a banner year. With that, again, can you remind us how much money we have in that overflow fund that we had engineered? And thank you, Commissioner O'Brien, Mr. Chairman, for intimating that just 1 year ago. The funds that have been driven there is over $1 million.
You're talking about the fund balance in the fund?
Yes.
The fund balance in the fund is about 1.7 million.
1.7 million fund balance. Now, that was, again, Mr. Chairman, that was earmarked for contingencies, shortfalls, any specific act where if something came out, because there was so many cancellations, there was so many changes, that we would have the funding in case something came up that we had to promote quickly. Well, we haven't had that occasion, and those funds have generated, and they continue to generate, and I'm grateful we have them, and they may be necessary during economic downturn or other reasoning, but over $1 million. And in looking at the proposals and each one, knowing that, and this was the big question in the room as well at the TDC, was the application for the Cultural Council, the addition was to promote this new project. So it wasn't an addition to the Cultural Council promoting the Cultural Council's endeavors, which they do a fine job, but it wasn't about just that. It was about doing something more to foster something else, to put us on the map even further for tourism. In addition, another one was Coastal Connection, which I don't think I have to tell anybody in the room, turtles are popular. Okay, we are on the radar. There are a very famous theme park in Orlando that fosters a lot of activity. I think they have a resort here as well. They foster turtle release and turtle attraction and turtle walk, and it's a wonderful infusion to tourism. I guess it also increases the awareness for that particular theme park and that particular tourism center. But it does something for the community, does something for the map of the community. And while there is also another theme park-related type of environment, does animal rescue, that does a lot with turtles, and there's also a zoo in the county to the north of us that does a lot with turtles. And turtles are popping. And I want you to know, I'll go back many, many years ago, maybe not as many as I care to remember, but I remember looking at National Geographic and finding out that turtles come here. And we all know that, and more people are clamoring to watch the turtles, to watch the leatherbacks, the loggerheads, the greenbacks. I mean, they're here. And each season we see it. We see the nests and mark. We find great at the TDC. We found great interest in the turtles, and it appeared to be an R&D project, not the actual promotion project. And if we know anything about harsh economic times, it's a difficult decision to make to place R&D funds when you have limited funds. But we don't. And these funds were created for an unusual circumstance. And I believe that we would be missing the opportunity if we did not infuse funding into the turtles. $7,500. $7,500, and we have $1 million in overage and funding. That's a small price to pay for something that might strike. And if we don't do R&D this year, we won't have it next year, and it'll be done. And by and large, with the exception of one on the board, we believed in this process. We believed in this application. We believed in the turtles. And as far as the Gifford Museum project, I mean, $10,000. I know that all these, we have to go back to the original intended policy of having this fund. And Mr. Chairman, I did bring it up. We don't know the full intent or the application. We were very fortunate that we did not need to pull upon those dollars this year. I reflected back to some of the other things that we did do that really did not make as much sense as the turtles, the museum. We did look at an archery project that did not turn out as well as envisioned. There were other applicants that have been turned down, but I think that these two projects, since we do have the funding, I'd like to fall consistent with the TDC recommendation and go into that fund balance for $17,909 and fund the application, because we don't know where it's going to go next year. You're absolutely right, but if we don't invest in it this year, we may not have a next year. And I understand with rising gas prices and tourism, we may not have the robust year that we have. But you know what? There's something about these two projects that are going to create more of a local draw, more of heads to beds, and I remind everybody that those dollars, that near $1 million in fund balance was created 4 cents at a time. One head to a bed equals 4 cents. Fair statement? That's a lot of heads to beds. And I don't think that's going to falter with airline prices and other indicators. We may be facing harsher times, but the turtles, they'll walk if they have to go on a turtle walk, and they'll come in. So I respect the TDC's decision, request, and would like to make a motion to fully fund as per the TDC's request. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question for Janet, if she wouldn't mind coming back up. And while she's doing that, Commissioner Adams, your thought was to treat the Gifford project as kind of a separate thing that we would look at later down the road, if and when they, okay.
Once they need to come back, we could do that separately outside the Cultural Council's budget.
Okay. So Janet, just so I'm clear, you all asked for a $15,699 increase over last year,
Yes.
but that is entirely attributed to the Gifford project, is that correct?
Yes. What our idea was with the Gifford project, and Johnny May can maybe clarify a little bit about it, but our idea was to do a 2-day event, a Friday night event, which would be a fundraiser for this new museum to bring in some additional funding for them, and kind of a thank you to the people who've already donated to the project. And then on Saturday, do what we're calling a Taste of Gifford, which is very similar to what I know many of you attended several weeks ago in Gifford. There was a event that was done with Emancipation Day, and we would do a very similar event, but a much larger event and a much more complex event. So we envisioned that $15,000 would go to the Gifford Museum, and then they would allocate how do they want to stage that event, who do they want to invite.
So basically you all would be passing it through?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Commissioner Adams, your thought about making the Gifford thing like a whole separate item that would come back to us later, what I would suggest then is that we fund the Cultural Council flat for the year at their $49,300, and that then that $16,000 would be treated later when it comes back to us, and that leaves a shortfall only $1,000 to fund Coastal Connection. So does that make sense to anybody?
Say that again.
So we're short 17,000, right? 16 or almost 16,000 of that is for the Gifford project, which is just passed through. So if we treat that later, we just fund Cultural Council flat, Then of the $17,000 deficit, it's now only a $1,000 deficit, and we can use the fund balance and fund Coastal Connection.
So we would fund Cultural Council flat and Coastal Connection at $1,000.
No, at their 7,500.
At their 7,500.
Yeah, and that would only be a $1,000 shortfall, and then we will deal with the Gifford project later.
And would we come back to the county commission, or would we go back to the TDC?
I think it would be best to go back to the TDC, and then they would make a recommendation to us.
Okay.
Does the cultural council not need any funding for the other stuff they do, or we
No, we have
strictly
asked
working
for-
for the
This was
Gifford
earmarked.
project?
This was earmarked. I mean, we didn't ask for an increase in our funding for this year. Right now, this year, we have a $49,000, I think it's $330.
301, right.
Okay, and I mean, that we did not ask for any additional funding for that. That would allow us to continue the programs we have in place and allow us to, move forward on all of the things that we've been doing. The additional funding was strictly for this two-day event that we want to pass through for this new Gifford Cultural Center. You know, it's very important that, we have a year to spend this $500,000 for that we've received from the state. And we really want to, get the message out there that this project is going to happen. It's not anymore just a pipe dream. I mean, you guys have come on board with the idea that it's going to be, built right in that area by the Gifford Park. And so, we have to spend that $500,000 in that short period of time to get the architectural plans done, to get the landscape art. The state is very specific as to what we can spend that money on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I understand it. I'm in full support of that project. I think that's going to be a wonderful thing, but I've got to go along with my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Adams, with this. I'm not so sure, I don't know if she's saying this, but I'm not so sure that the TDC dollars, the Gifford Museum project is a TDC dollar function. I think it should be treated separate. I think we should look at it separate. If staff feels that it could come out of TDC dollars at some point in time.
What I was saying is it most definitely is a TDC dollar project because it is a museum. It will be a museum, and museums are one of the statutorily allowable things you can spend TDC dollars on. Museums, convention centers, aquariums, zoos, and then basically activities that are bringing heads on beds.
Okay.
And so this definitely does. I have questions about some of the other funding organizations as to how they align, but this one completely, that's the only reason I would suggest it as a special project, because it clearly falls within that definition.
I was wondering about that. We're looking at separate, and I thought that, but I didn't know if we were looking at something totally separate on this. Okay, so I'm clear on that.
Well, I mean, this is a hybrid. This is leaving us to follow policy. We know that this is going to happen. There is a timeline. I anticipate an additional TDC meeting coming at a commission chamber near you real soon, because the ask will be there. Justification will be made, and are we moving the can to a separate parcel right now and bringing it back later on? I mean, it appears, well, I mean, with all of that funding sitting there, laying in the balance, that has to be spent, that will be spent, and the project is going forward, we would want to delay that or just add in another meeting to create that, and then it would have to come back to us for funding. I just trying to gain some sense, and I respect it. Again, you want to leave it separate as a separate project, but it will require at least 2 meetings to establish that, and then the timing what was your timing on this, Janet?
On the On the state funding,
on the state funding.
takes effect July 1,
July 1, and that's when the clock starts.
and it goes through June 30th of the following year.
Well, if you don't want to have a separate meeting, then my suggestion, or what I would be willing to support, is that we go with staff's recommendation, which leaves them with an extra $5,000. If that is not enough,
Then
come back for more. But I personally cannot support a motion that would take money out of reserves, even if it's a minor amount. It is the pretense, it's setting a standard that other people will come. And while $7,000 doesn't seem like a lot when you're talking about $1 million, the next person that comes is going to be $25,000 and then $50,000. And then in the meantime, everybody's budget is going to continue to increase. If you look at the budgets that increased, I think it's an average of most of them are 20% or higher, right? So what are they going to be next year? Because now that 20% is going to be a lot more. Yeah. So now you're facing more. And if you look at this, if you look at the rankings and where those numbers came in, it's very clear where the majority of people were. Then the last two, and I think maybe, the last two agencies, their rankings are about 60 points below the next highest. So that, to me, is a clear message from TDC that there was core programs that they supported and two programs that maybe they really, really didn't because it wasn't close. So that further, if it was a close ranking, maybe I could support something, but the policy is this policy, and we've asked if they wanted to change it, and they didn't over the years, and here we are. And I just think if somebody's got to make a tough decision at some point. I mean, just because I got a ton of money in my savings account doesn't mean I need to pull it out until it's an emergency, and we will have a red tide at some point, or we will have a hurricane, or we will have another COVID situation where we need to be putting money to get our message out to come here.
So,
I've been told Commissioner Moss wants to comment, so let's take care of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to second Commissioner Flesher's motion. I attended the TDC meeting, which went on at quite length, several hours. In fact, I couldn't even stay for the whole thing. I think I was there about 3 hours and it was still going on. But there was a very careful review of all the applications. And there were very compelling presentations, frankly, especially by the two groups that are in question now, the two applicants in question. And honestly, in a way, they're both somewhat unique. The Gifford, of course, might be more obvious, but Coastal Connections also is unique in that it's not only involved in tourist development, but it actually is saving our environment, promoting the turtles. It's got a unique mission, a dual mission. In effect, which I really think is wonderful. But I agree with what Commissioner Flesher has pointed out previously, and that is it's such an inconsequential dollar amount. While I respect the idea of keeping to principles, as Commissioner Adams has aptly stated, I really think that in this case the dollar amount is so small that I don't think any surgical intervention is necessary. I don't think we need to go through any special process. I think I would just go with this as is because the dollar amount is so small, less than $18,000, and the reserve is so large. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Commissioner Flesher.
Yeah, again, I want to point out, I think it's obvious. I do respect what Commissioner Adams has stated about, we can bring this up in a special meeting, and we can look at this special project. The clock starts ticking in July, which is around the corner, it's just 3 weeks away. And then we'll begin the process, which will require a meeting, and it kind of sounds like we have the support for that project. I think the largest fear is, that I'm hearing is, are we changing policy? Are we bending policy? I hear support for the turtles. It's $17,909. It's, and again, in the fund balance, we're able to have over $1 million. It's more than that, by the way. This year, it still has continued to grow. We've had 2 very robust months these past 2 months. I think we're going to have ample funding if all planes are downed and there's no vehicular service to any river county, we'll still have enough tourism. I mean, there is a draw here. Let's add to it while we can and not delay it and wait and put it off to the side. I understand there's a fear and resistance to set precedents. Okay, now the next group is going to say, well, you did it for them. This is very unique circumstances and 2 very unique projects. I think they're both very unique, by the way, Commissioner Moss. Show of hands, who doesn't like turtles? I mean, everybody, you go crazy when you see one in the water or when you see them, the hatchlings come out of the nest. I think we need to capitalize on this. I think the time is now, and I think the time to go forward with the museum is now, not, well, let's see if we can revisit it. So I stand by my original motion to fully fund at the TDC request.
Mr. Chairman, I got one more question. I guess I'm just a little confused. And when I spoke before, I guess I was a little confused about it because I do know the tourist development is used for museums and stuff like that. But why isn't the Gifford Museum Foundation didn't go to TDC, or why aren't, or if we use your theory, why aren't we dealing directly with them with regards to TLC? Maybe you can answer that, Janet. I don't know.
Yes, I can. Because the grant, the state grant, the Cultural Council was the only one eligible to apply for that state grant.
Okay, that I didn't know.
Okay,
Right.
and so we applied for it on their behalf. The funding will come to the Cultural Council, but it will pay for projects that the Gifford Museum is undertaking. They have a whole board that's set up with an architectural review committee. They have, Johnny May Perry is leading this charge. So the funding will come to the Cultural Council of Indian River County, but it will pay these expenses that are incurred on behalf of the Gifford Museum. So we had to keep, we had to keep everything in the same venue, in the same line, because the money's coming, the $500,000 is coming to the Cultural Council. It doesn't make any sense for the Gifford Museum to go to the TDC and ask for money, at least at this point. I would envision perhaps in the future they would do that. But right now, because the money is coming to the Cultural Council, we had to keep it all in the same line.
That answered that question. And yes, Commissioner Fleischer, the turtles are rock stars. There's no doubt about that. And so what was your motion again? What would you propose or not
There's
motion?
already
What
a motion.
was your,
It's already
what did you propose again?
There's a motion on the floor. Let's deal with that.
Okay, we're done with that.
Motion.
Mr. Chair, yeah.
Yeah, Jason.
If I could, so first of all, I think what you're talking about the Cultural Council with the Gifford Cultural Museum, I like Commissioner Adams' idea of making that a standalone project. One thing that does is it takes it out. It's not in the base funding, because sometimes we can all remember, oh yeah, well there was a special amount for a special project, but to pull that out of the contingencies might make more sense, and it's in a separate line so that when we come back and we're looking at their funding next year, it's a standalone thing. And I just been thinking about, it's $17,000 in total here. Why is staff recommending against that? It's not a huge dollar amount. And, I apologize ahead of time because I'm a little bit grumpy about the budget overall. But big picture here, what staff's recommendation is to Commissioner Adams' point again, is a nearly 21% increase in funding. So now I'm going to go talk about other funding issues that we've got right now, which are separate, that these tourist tax dollars can't solve. But, you know, there's good, compelling programs here. Of course, we all support the Gifford Cultural Museum. Coastal Connections does wonderful things. I've done a turtle dig of theirs. It's really cool. The kids just loved it, and, you know, really great stuff going on out there. And they all make compelling cases. One problem that I have is that maybe this is what's making me so grumpy, is, you know, we've got all these requests for the current year. So the sheriff's office has asked for an $11 million or 18% increase. Of course, we support law enforcement. Of course, we understand they make a compelling case for those increases. The court system has requested a 76% increase from us. They make very compelling cases for all that stuff. The medical examiner asked for a 58% increase. When we asked for a decrease, she was kind enough to decrease that to 47% increase, in addition to the $20 million building she needs tomorrow. And I just am struggling with the fact that, you know, we've got a 20.8% increase here. County departments aren't going to be seeing a 20.8% increase. And I can tell you that my department heads make very many compelling cases for the things that they want in their budget that never gets to you guys. It doesn't make it through the budget office or the county administrator's recommendation. So maybe I need to do a better job of supporting county departments and their needs as much as we support all of the other agencies we fund. So that's it.
Okay, so we do have a motion for full TDC recommended funding by Commissioner Flesher with a second by Commissioner Moss. Is there any final discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify with aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay?
Nay.
What were you?
Nay.
Nay? Okay, so that motion fails by a 2-3 vote.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Adams.
Yep, I want to give this a try. I would like to move staff recommendation with the caveat that the Gifford Cultural Center can come back at a later date. It doesn't matter to me procedurally, either TDC or straight to the commission as a special project. And then the last thing I would mention is, you know, it's going to be a difficult year this year. So that's just.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Adams. I'll go ahead and second that motion, which is for the staff recommended funding, which will mean that Coastal Connection will be at 0 and that Cultural Council will still be up by $5,200, but below their total request. Is that correct? Okay.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead, Commissioner Moss.
So that will leave them short still, the Gifford Cultural Center request?
They'll have $5,292 to work with to promote their cultural center. And as Commissioner Adams mentioned in her motion, that they can certainly come back if they can show a need for more than that, and then they could come either to us or TDC. So is that correct? Okay.
Okay. Well, I think you had suggested something about Coastal Connections.
Yeah, we have a motion on the floor now, Commissioner Moss. I'd like to deal with that.
Well, I was just going to ask, could it be amended to include what you had mentioned about Coastal Connections?
I am the maker of the motion, and no, I would not like to amend my motion as such. If you have concerns about Coastal Connection, I will point out that we have other funding sources, and I still struggle to see how what was presented at TDC as far as bringing heads on beds meets the definition of a tourist partner. We also have CSAC, and we fund Pelican Island and some of their educational tours through that, and perhaps there is another funding option for coastal connection. I just, again, I think the way that the points aligned sends a message. And I also think that sometimes people apply under categories that which they might not fit the definition. And maybe there is an additional funding source in this county that would be more appropriate. And that we have also given options to Gifford Cultural Center to accomplish their goals.
Okay. Commissioner Fleischer, any final comment? We have a motion on the floor.
I understand, and it's very wrenching. I want all of our tourism partners to be funded, and those that are here in attendance and those who have presented and that you all believe in. I want them to be funded, have to support this because I want them to be funded. It's bittersweet because I think we're losing a tremendous opportunity with not funding coastal connections in support of the turtles at this point. I can count to 3, so I want them to be supported. And I also feel that we're only going to be coming back and looking at another meeting at TDC and another meeting here, and then another approval process, which could possibly delay the process that we all obviously believe in. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by myself. All in favor of the motion signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? I hear no opposition, so that motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Kristen. Public Works, the completion of the April-May 2022 derelict vessel removal. Mr. Spirico, you going to kick this off, Rich?
Commissioners, Rich Berka, Public Works Director. So Melissa, she's new. Be easy on her. She's going to do a presentation for you now. Don't treat her like you do me, grumpy and all. So Melissa's going to kick off a presentation on derelict vessels and the removal that we just went through.
Thank you. Thank you very much for letting me come up here and present to you this great opportunity to remove these vessels from the Indian River Lagoon. But before we get into that and the removal process, I think it's important to determine how these vessels reach the point where we're authorized to remove them. So once an officer of a law enforcement agency receives information about a vessel or views one upon the water, they're going to go out and take a look at the vessel. They have to determine whether it's derelict or whether it's at risk. Just because a vessel is unsightly or we might think it looks poor in the water does not mean it meets the requirements of the state for at risk or derelict. So they go out, they see a vessel, it's listing, it's taken on water, not able to be closed off to the elements, maybe it's breaking free from its anchor. Does not mean it is derelict, it is at risk. At that point, the officer will begin an investigation to locate the owner. I should warn you, an investigation can be a lengthy process. It can take up to 6+ months, or it could be as short as a few days. This is going to be dependent upon the vessel and whether or not it's changed hands during the time before it entered our waterways. When they do this, they'll reach out to the owner of the vessel. It's a very informal contact that they make, give them 72 hours to rectify the situation or to put a work order in to have the vessel removed or repaired. So in that previous slide, you saw that vessel. It was at risk. This is the same vessel. It is now derelict. It is completely abandoned upon the state waters. It is in a wrecked, junked condition. It is not capable at this point of repair. It could be also placed at a port without authorization of the port authority or upon private property without the property owner's consent. Some vessels will move from at risk to derelict. Others will already be at derelict status once they're found.
I think Commissioner Adams has a quick question for you.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
How long does it typically take a vessel to go from at risk to derelict?
So it should only take 72 hours, but that process can get drawn out depending on how easily it is for the officer to make contact with the owner of the vessel. And what is the owner going to do? It could be several weeks before they get someone out to work on it. And so as long as there's communication going back and forth, an at-risk vessel, luckily, or hopefully would be removed from the situation and would be rectified in compliance. If not, then it's going to move to a derelict state or status. And some of that is dependent upon the law enforcement agency and the length of the investigation they're going through as they're working with the potential owners. So some vessels, no problem. No, some vessels are already derelict when they're found, such as this vessel, which was a cabin cruiser, only the hull remaining. There is a due process that is outlined in state statutes that gives the officer the right to begin the investigation process. As I said before, it could be over 6 months. This is because vessels change hands. Oftentimes, bill of sales are not given to the tax collector's office, so they contact one owner to find out it was sold 6 months before. The new owner never registered the vessel. Titles were lost. In some cases, like this vessel, the registration has been removed and only the whole identification number is left behind. It can make the process tricky for the investigating officer to go through while they're looking for a potential owner. But once they find a potential owner, they'll send a certified letter, return receipt. Once they receive return receipt of the letter being delivered, they will begin the 21-day hold. The 21-day hold, the owner will have an opportunity to come in and request a hearing to argue against ownership or argue against, derelict status. Once the 21-day hold is up, then it will go for recommendation to the captain at Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. If the captain recommends removal, the officer will release the vessel with an authorization to the county for removal. So at that point, if an owner has been found and the owner has not removed the vessel within that time period, then they are required to pay the state back the money that it cost for the removal. And until they do, a hold is placed upon all vessel and vehicle registrations in the state. But that does not count for any vessels that aren't registered in the state of Florida. So just to recap on this process, it's important to see that timeline because any law enforcement agency can go through this process of determining an at-risk vessel or a derelict vessel and go through the investigation process. But it requires FWC captain to release the vessel and for us to receive a letter of authorization. So sometimes it could be 2 weeks that we could receive a letter, and other times it could be over a year, depending on this process. So let's talk a little bit about why derelict vessels are an issue in the Indian River Lagoon. Well, they can be unsightly and eyesore. They're also at risk for vandalism. They're at risk for entrapment of animals and marine organisms. They release pollutants, fuel, oil, paints, strippers, electronics. They create navigational hazards. But another things they do to our benthic habitat is destroy the oyster reefs. They often cause erosion upon our spoil islands. They can damage our mangroves and other submerged aquatic vegetation. And as you all know, how important that seagrass is to our habitat. So once a vessel is removed and it's sent or given to the county for removal authorization, there's an opportunity for us to apply for grant funds through Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. They have a derelict vessel removal grant. They offer 2 different types of grant, a rapid removal, but that requires us to store the boat, and that is not covered under the grant funds, or a bulk removal, which allows us to remove multiple vessels at a time. This past fiscal year, they had approximately $1.4 million. We were one of the final grants that were issued by FWC for $34,300 in a bulk derelict vessel removal for 6 vessels. We contracted with Outlaw Maritime. They followed all best management practices set forth by FWC, and they gave us a proposal of $34,300 to remove those vessels. Prior to the start date of the work, we did receive additional vessel. We received vessel number 7. It was released by FWC, but because it was not written in the initial contract, we were unable to get reimbursement for that vessel. So we contracted with Outlaw Maritime for an additional $4,500 to remove the vessel. Now you get an opportunity to check out the vessels and where they are located in the state they were in. The first 3 were in shallow water close to the inlet or the Sebastian area. All of them, some of them are vandalized by people. Some of them were upon the spoil islands tied to mangroves. which are protected by the state. Some vessels, as this one, like I said before, had no identifying features to it. It's just the hull of a cabin cruiser. And it was free floating, so it was at risk of moving into a channel. Luckily, it was staying around the spoil islands at the time, but potentially running into the mangroves and continuing to sink and take on water. Some vessels were smaller and easily removed, being able to pick them up and put them on the boat. Others were much larger, anchored around spoil islands or dragging an anchor around the islands and moving around. And as you can see, this last vessel was quite damaged upon a spoil island that's very popular. A lot of boaters utilize this island, and there are picnic tables, and people and their children are often there visiting. It was important for us to meet with Outlaw Maritime to go over and establish a plan for these vessels and their removal, because as you'll see in this picture, the difference in that boat when it was first deemed derelict and by the time it was released to us for removal. Someone had vandalized it by setting it on fire on the spoil island where it was ashore. The vessel removal began on April 12th and it ended on May 2nd. The contractor did follow all of FWC's best management practices and disposed of the vessels in the landfill, an authorized landfill, per our contract agreement. And they provided us with documentation of the removal and the disposal. These are some of the vessels and the removal process. Some of these vessels were easily removed by pumping water that they had taken on off and towing them to an authorized boat ramp where they were able then to place them on a trailer and take them directly to an authorized landfill. Other vessels require a little bit more work. Some of these vessels being in shallow water, the boat is not able to access them easily, so a barge is brought in and these vessels are then mechanically removed by the contractor. And you can see in many of these photos, they have berms around them to protect the breakage of any of the vessels, particularly as many of these vessels had cracked holes or were completely open to the elements. This is the vessel that was burnt on the island. It had to be hand removed and floated and taken on a trailer to the authorized landfill. And then other preventative measures so that these vessels don't continue to sink and break apart while they're pulling them onto the barge. When they get back to the actual boat ramp, they're able to take the barge directly in, remove the vessels, and place them either on a trailer, depending on their state, or into a dumpster. Regardless of how the vessels are removed, the impact is the same. In this particular derelict vessel removal, we removed 17 tons of potential waste, debris, and harmful pollutants into the Indian River Lagoon. This is good for public safety. It has economic importance, but also it benefits our Indian River Lagoon's ecological state. And we will continue as staff to regularly monitor the derelict vessel database that FWC has. We monitor the boats as they're coming available so that we can get prepared for this process. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Fascinating.
Melissa, how often is FWC out on our waters looking for at-risk boats?
Well, that would be a good question. I'm monitoring 3 boats right now, and it's probably been at least 3 or 4 weeks before they've made any updates to those boats. So while I think they're out there on the water, I still think it's a long process to go through for them to be able to release them. And they aren't the only agency that is available to go through this process. Any law enforcement agency can go through this process if they receive notification of the vessels. So there is the opportunity for some backup there from other law enforcement agencies that are patrolling the water while they're going through the investigation.
Okay. I'd like to get with you sometime later. I can give you locations of 4 that I think are abandoned.
Okay.
We'll see if they're part of their database.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
I do monitor it and I have a list, and we're regularly checking to make sure that the vessels are where they are in that process. And the officers are very clear in their documentation about who they've made contact with and what's going on with that vessel as they're giving those updates.
Did I not read somewhere that code enforcement now has the authority to go identify derelict vessels too?
They probably have the authority to.
That's some reason, recently I thought it was done in the legislature. I thought it was done last year, not this, not this year, but the last year. I mean,
They
not that-
probably-
Not that we need to give our code
Sure.
enforcement people any more to do.
Sure.
But,
It would still have to go through FWC for final release by the
right.
captain, so
But
the
I think
state
they
still
have
has to
they
be the
have the
one.
ability now to go out and say, yes, this is a derelict, not a questionable vessel. I think the active
Yes.
code enforcement
It
go into that.
Probably, I'm not up to date on that information, but it would still have to go and be finalized by FWC.
I can also say one thing, the Beach and Shore Committee looks at these also, and I can tell you from the time that I became a commissioner and was appointed by Chairman Fleischer at the time to be on the Beach and Shore, this list has dwindled quite a lot.
It is, there are quite a few,
And
there are only a few vessels
I'm
left.
glad to see that we're definitely making progress on this. This means everything, one of the pieces of help cleaning up the lagoon, because you don't know what's inside those, what's being released, what's happening. And it's just great to see, and I appreciate the job that y'all are doing with that. Thank you.
And Melissa, very nice presentation, much better than anything Rich would have done, so.
Right.
Thank you.
Commissioners, it's 12:30. We still have a bit of the agenda left. We could either take a full-blown 30, 45-minute lunch break or just another quick 10 or 15 minutes and then get back at it, whatever your pleasure is.
Move ahead.
Or just to move ahead.
Just keep moving? Okay, that's good. Second under Public Works is work order number 51, Kimley Horn and Associates, the Aviation Boulevard Extension Alternate Alignment Study. We don't get Melissa? Hey, Melissa.
We want more Melissa.
Well, we have Rich.
Yeah, you get third strings here. So Commissioners, what we have today is work order 51 for Kimley Horn and Associates to do an alternative alignment study for the extension of Aviation Boulevard from US 1 east up to 36th Street to the Cleveland Clinic. This new corridor that we've been looking at for the last couple of years is a corridor that we want to utilize to take traffic off of US 1 off of 37th Street. We originally had planned to widen 37th Street to 4 lanes. It got cost prohibitive even back before we've seen all these cost increases. So this to us is a good way to move traffic up into the hospital district, into the medical corridor that we have, without having to spend eons of loads and loads of money to do 37th Street, and which will eventually need, US 1 will need to be widened also. The study is going to include geotechnical evaluations, environmental evaluations, sidewalk drainage, roadway cross sections, and the whole gamut of issues that need to be addressed so that we can establish a corridor. We also analyze the existing right-of-ways that are present. Can we utilize those rather than having to purchase private property to make this alignment work? This is all included in there. We also look at the cultural aspects of it, environmental aspects, and all of the stuff that we need to do in case we have to do and go through the eminent domain process, which is a last resort. However, we have to do this study in order to establish whether or not we can use that study or use eminent domain in the future. That said, funding's available for the amount of $262,055 in the traffic impact fee account. Staff recommends approval of work order 51 to Kimley Horn and Associates, authorizing professional services as outlined in the scope of services, and request the board authorize the chairman to execute work order 51 on their behalf in the amount of $262,055. And I'll answer any questions.
The only question I have, does the scope of services include looking at planning for a new medical node west of town so we can redirect all the traffic instead of funneling it into 37th Street?
It does not.
Okay.
It does include 7-foot bike lanes, though.
Buffered?
What?
Hey, on the record, it includes looking at 7-foot bike lanes.
Good.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, commissioners, your pleasure.
Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve staff.
Thank God. We have a motion by Vice Chair Ehrman, second by Commissioner Flesher. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Moss, did you have any comments?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All in favor of the motion signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 5-0.
Thank you, Commissioner.
County Attorney Matters. We have, the first one is a counteroffer for a parcel of right-of-way located at 8050 66th Avenue, owned by Robert and Mary Grace Sexton. Mr. DeBrawl, good afternoon. Welcome.
Commissioners, Bill DeBrawl on behalf of the County Attorney's Office. Today we have a counteroffer from Robert and Mary Grace Sexton concerning their parcel of property on 66th Avenue between 77th and 81st Street. It's a .40 acre take that it consists of an active orange grove, irrigation, fencing, and trees, the orange trees themselves. Back in February, we went ahead and made an offer to them of $40,000 for the area needed. We went ahead and filed suit, and we have already done the order of take, leaving open the issue of compensation. Mr. Sexton has come back to us with a counteroffer, saying that he thinks we should have considered the fencing and the improvements more so to his benefit. There is no attorney involved. There is no expert witnesses involved. This falls in line with the board's direction to try and benefit the property owner as much as possible, since they are the ones that are being damaged. Staff's recommendation is to go ahead and approve the counteroffer of $50,000, have the matter settled through a stipulation with the assistance of outside counsel. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Any questions of Mr. DeBrawl? All right, Commissioners, your pleasure.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Flesher. Is there any discussion?
Does this kind of meet the O'Brien rule?
Yeah, no, I'm fine with this. This is, the money is just going to the property owners. We're not paying any outrageous attorney or expert witness fees, so I'm very good with this one. All right, no other comments? All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries 5-0. The next item is acquisition of right-of-way from Venda Burgess for 58th Avenue, 33rd Street intersection improvements. And again, Mr. DeBrawl.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ms. Burgess owns the property located at the northwest corner of 58th Avenue and 33rd Street. The property is improved with a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. This property is needed for the improvements that will come to the 58th Avenue, 33rd Street improvement that will be needed as a result of the widening and signalization that will go in at that area. Currently, there is a developer going in with the city of Vero Beach. They have proposed a 780 unit development. Sunfield Homes has applied to develop the old Dodger Pines golf course that ceased operating back in 2002. There have been a couple of different kind of tire kicking projects that have gone in there. This seems to be the most viable to date. There will be 4 entrances in and out of this proposed development. One off 43rd Avenue to the north of 26th Street, 2 along 26th Street between 43rd and 58th, and this one will be the final one out onto 58th Avenue at 33rd. What we want to do with this advance purchase is be shovel ready for the development when it comes in. This will be an improvement that the developer will be having to make at their own costs, but as you know, we're always responsible for getting the right-of-way. So that's the advanced purchase reasoning behind this take here. As I said, it's an advanced purchase. We negotiated with Ms. Burgess, and her attorney, Brent Simon. We came to an agreement here and going ahead and proposing it now of $552,000 in full and final settlement of all damages that she could have. Ms. Burgess has lived in this house for 35 years. She's a longtime resident of Indian River County, being retired from the school district. And staff's recommendation on this is to go ahead and approve this. We will do a formal closing with this through the title company and acquire title to the property that way. She has asked for no more than 1 year of extended possession, because what we're finding now is not so much being able to buy properties, it's having the person go ahead and find some place to live. That's the challenge that's there. That's the reason for the extended possession, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. DeBraw? Okay, commissioners?
Staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 5-0. Thank you, Bill. We are going to take a very, very brief 5-minute break. Please be back here as soon as you can. Thank you.
That means you should work out and exercise though, too.
I've been walking the Barber Bridge 2 or 3 times a week, yeah.
There you go.
I'm getting in about 3.4 miles, because I'll go over and to the top, and then I'll start doing like some little interval training things where I jog a section and stuff, so.
That's good.
Trying to get my belly slimmed down a little bit.
Wait till you actually don't have to come here anymore. You'll probably be busier than you ever were.
It's all the stress, Peter. It's not really what we eat.
I know. Hopefully I'll be like Bob Solari, you know, he's
great.
lost a ton of weight since he stepped off, yeah.
Hey, for me, you got to do this. Push away from the table.
What?
Yeah, I know. Say it louder.
All right, you ready?
Oh.
You guys ready down there? All right, we'll get back to order. Our last county attorney matters is community development districts. Mr. Reingold.
Thank you very much. I want to kind of provide a brief history of how we got here today. In December last year, the board allowed for a request for a community development district, or a CDD, to be withdrawn. At that same meeting, the idea was floated out about having an ad hoc committee look into the issue. After staff had a workshop in February, the board directed staff to create some parameters for CDDs in Indian River County, and then conduct a follow-up staff-conducted workshop. County staff held that workshop on March 28th. Since then, the county staff has taken in additional comments and then finalized what is attached as some proposed guidelines for considering of future CDD proposals if and when they come in. County staff recommends that the board adopt these guidelines. They generally require as follows: that a real estate project be 500 acres or more. They have a street network that meets certain requirements as set forth in the guidelines. They have increased open space requirements, and then have additional significant public benefit. Additionally, the guidelines would then require that it meet one of 3 additional criteria. One would be some form of significant public infrastructure that is above and beyond what would otherwise be allowed in a land development regulations review. That it either also could be multi-use, and then finally could be sort of a more TND style project. So those were sort of the parameters that county staff was able to come up with as the guidelines. And then finally, all CDDs would have a recorded public disclosure of, that it'd be a CDD and the requirements. So, and then the final thing was simply whether the board wants to adopt some form of application fee. I just threw out there into the board memo the $15,000 fee, which is the one set forth under Florida statutes. And then simply just want to finally thank community development staff for all of their hard work on this. They come up with a lot of great ideas, things that I wouldn't have thought about, and concepts from the TND models that were very helpful. And then just want to thank all those who've participated in the workshops and contributed. And with that, I turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, any question of Dylan? Not at this time. Not at this time? Okay. Go ahead and open up to the public. Is there anyone here from the public that wishes to comment on the Community Development District guidelines? Anyone?
Don't be shy.
Richard Bialowski, Reef Road, Indian River County. I'm here because Andrew Kennedy, who didn't get up to speak, suggested I come. And I've been here for a long time, so Andrew owes me big time. But, because I have a very minor comment, really. I saw the 500-acre minimum. I mean, clearly, I think it's a good thing, the CDD. It clearly benefits large-scale developers. It doesn't do much for those of us who are doing 80 acres with 200 homes. And I understand that administratively that might even be impossible. But I would suggest that the size not be set at 500 acres, but something like 500 units. Now, I had hoped that we could get together with our immediate neighbor, Providence Point, and actually submit an application or be first in line there doesn't seem to be any interest there right now on that side. That could change. So I'm not, my suggestion that it be 500 units is not necessarily self-serving, but I think, you know, in the long run, you can have 500 units on 1,500 acres or 500 acres or a smaller parcel. You know, density is a sacred cow in this county, but so was the urban service line once upon a time in terms of discussion. Density is more sustainable economically, so I would just urge you to consider setting a minimum number of residential units. The other guideline suggestions I think are good suggestions, but that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh,
Andrew is coming up.
you got shamed into speaking.
Yeah, after that.
Shamed into speaking. Andrew Kennedy, thank you. Just want to say thank you to staff for all the hard work with this whole process. It was definitely a process. I think if you do go back to the TND in specifics, it really began in the mid-90s. So, but the whole process here was great. Staff is wonderful to work with. Dylan ran a really, really good meeting. Phil, I think there were some planning discussions that were had as well. So just want to appreciate the time as well. And we support it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Anyone else? So Dylan, I have just 2 or 3 comments. One is, Commissioners, under the attachment, the guidelines, line 4, I read it and kind of took it one way. I think Dylan and Jason read it another way, but I just want to make sure that the significant public benefit is for the general public and not for people living within the gated community. So just, Dylan, if there's a word or two we could add in there to help clarify that, or maybe I just read it wrong, I'm not sure, but I just want to make sure that when we talk about a significant public benefit, it's for the, in my mind, this would be like a town center with an amphitheater or something where people could come from all around the county to listen to a concert or do something, or a major walking trail, something like that, where the unlike the public access in Sector 7. So just something more for the general public access there. And then
Commissioner O'Brien, to that point, just provision of a significant public benefit enjoyed by the general public beyond the enhanced amenities and landscaping that would be enjoyed by the property owners within the real estate.
That's fine with me. Just,
okay. We'll make that change.
I'm good with the 500 acre limit, but could there be, and we normally require developers to put in certain things, like they have to run water and sewer lines to their subdivision. They might have to do some required off-site road or traffic improvements. And I'm glad keeping that way. But there might be times where a smaller development where the county has a request that we want them to do something above and beyond what we require. An example might be, yeah, you're going to run water and sewer to your development, but because we want to improve our grid, we want to have a loop system, so we want you to put in a big loop and tie in somewhere off their property. And I would, in my mind, I think that would be a good thing for our CDD, where it's a county requested improvement above and beyond what we require in our normal development requirements. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Normally, that's actually taken, we take advantage of that through like a developer's agreement. So oftentimes what will happen is the developer would need a 8-inch line to get to their project, and we do a sort of cost sharing with them that says, well, we really think there's going to be a lot of development otherwise in that area. Let's do a 12-inch line, and we'll pay you the delta. And that's normally how that gets resolved. But I'm happy to consider that here. But that's traditionally been the utilities model for addressing upsizing or expansion of water utilities above and beyond what a developer was going to do.
Okay.
And I think we could, have the 500 acre as the size, but, you know, there might be that project that's 460 acres that checks all the other boxes. That could be something that, you know, if it's got enough extra credit on the other stuff, then that gets it over the hump or something, and staff could bring something forward in those types of cases.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. Commissioner Moss, you have a comment or a question?
Yes, I had a question of our attorney, and that is, I was doing some reading on CDDs, and of course, they're a local unit of special purpose government, so they are in effect a governmental entity. And what I was reading further was that they have the power and right to sue and be sued, and also to levy taxes. And I'd appreciate, you know, confirmation on that and a comment if you have one. I mean, could they sue the county, for example? Because they're a governmental entity.
Commissioner Moss, you nailed it perfectly. They are a local government special purpose entity. They are a governmental entity. They could be sued and sue others. Just as any entity could, and I could see them suing the county. I don't know what they would sue the county for. I don't know what our conflict would be with them, but they are a funding entity for development that is a governmental body.
So, and so they could, in theory at least, or they could, they have the right to sue the county, and also then have the right to levy taxes. I mean, apart from anything that we are doing.
My understanding in the statute for CDDs is they do have the authority to tax. I'm just pulling up the CDD statute. But normally, what I've seen so far is that most of the time things have been more assessment based, but they do have the authority to tax, and I could certainly pull up under the conditions by which that happens.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah, and I'll just add, you know, I appreciate the work that everyone's done on this, and I appreciate, you know, the comments by my fellow commissioners with regard to this. I know, you know, it's been before us several times, and I think all of you have made, you know, very good comments, and I do appreciate everything. But you know, I have concerns, legal concerns, as I just asked a couple of questions, and I also I have the sense that, you know, that we're laying the legal infrastructure, if you will, to fast forward development. I can't shake that concern. And, you know, as we see oftentimes when development comes before us, it's quasi-judicial. So, you know, whatever you put into effect becomes a straitjacket because it's not legislative, it's quasi-judicial. So I, you know, have that concern as well. And I want to thank the chair, because one of the other concerns I had was about that significant public benefit. So thank you for addressing that part of it. Appreciate that.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher, do you have a
Actually,
comment?
I just want to answer the question, make sure I follow up. So under 190.011 Florida statutes, which is general powers, subsection 13, CDDs are able to assess and impose upon lands in the district ad valorem taxes as provided in the CDD Act.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So does not sound good to me, but thank you. Appreciate the information.
Mr. Fletcher.
Anybody else who wishes? Mr. Chairman, yes, I think council brings up a very valid point. I think there's a very different discernible value when it comes to an assessment as opposed to taxation, and I believe that we're far safer with what you have presented. You know, to Rich, just think bigger. That's all, and then you'll get into that loop. You know, when this first came about, wasn't fond of this at all. I think that it was an element of cost avoidance. It was presented as a standard development cookie cutter approach that was looking for some funding from the people who are looking at homes. And I know it wasn't popular in my eyes. I think it was across the board. There was some challenges. But I want to commend staff for going through this, Counselor, for holding the meetings and getting the input from those who are there where the rubber hits the road as far as our future. I think you've collaborated most of the most significant points. I don't believe that this is going to be a widely used tool, but again, if we look at everything, if we only hold a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And if we move forward and have this option for something that will allow for a greater use for the community within the confines of a development, as well as outside, as the chairman stated, the community benefit with enhanced green space, and with the size in mind, that scope, I think we can attract very significant projects that are done to complement our community. So with that, I can fully support that with the verbal change that was suggested by the chair as far as the community benefit, not with the second one. We're not recommending, I'm not recommending that as far as my movement, but I would move staff recommendation with the inclusion of the chairman's suggestion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Adams to approve the guidelines as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Vice
The
Chair.
only concern, I agree with the motion. I do like your line about adding that for the general public use. My other concern was just, no, I won't even say it was a concern, it was a question that I posed to our counselor the other day, was in reference to what Mr. Bialowski said, was the 500 acres. Is there a better verbiage in there in case somebody like Jason said, if somebody has 460 and they check all the boxes? I'm not real hung up on it. I just kind of wanted to throw it out there. If staff or somebody had a better version of that, I really don't have one right now. That was the only question I had.
Yeah, and to address that, what I perceive happening, and certainly welcome some comment from the boards in case this is not correct, I perceive our guidelines being posted. Someone comes in, wants to apply for a CDD, maybe they're 480 acres and they meet all of the other things. Staff's going to tell them, well, you don't meet all of the things, but you've applied for a CDD. We'll take your application. We will process it. We will bring it to the board. We'll identify that you didn't meet the acreage requirement, and then it'll be up for the board to decide whether it even though it didn't meet the 500 on the dot, it met all of the other things, and you guys wanted to go forward and approve it. And those are going to be the guideposts that essentially are going to be out there for consideration by applicants, staff, and the board. And I hope that meets what the intent of the board is.
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay. I'll just add, I think Dylan forwarded everybody an email received from Chuck Meckling with Insight Solutions, and Mr. Meckling is in support of staff recommendation. So we have that. Any other final comments? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. That motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Moss opposed. Okay, we move on to Commissioner Matters. We have my item. This is a request for the board to give staff direction to work with the town of Indian River Shores and the city of Vero Beach on what is called a anchoring limitation area. This was a bill passed a year ago by the state legislature, Basically, it allows the county to apply for an anchoring limitation area of up to 100 acres to where boats can only be moored within that area for a maximum of 45 days every 6 months. It kind of allows us to be able to expedite, I think, some of the removal of some of these abandoned boats, because once we write them a citation, if they don't move the boat, then we can impound it right away and get it out of there. It'll take some coordinating with the town and the city, and I understand that, but my reading of the statute, and Dylan can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a lot of the burden of proof of determining whether that boat had been within the anchorage limitation area for 45 days falls upon the boat owner. So I don't think we have to be out there 7 days a week or 24 hours a day, keeping an eyeball on every boat. I think we can do a lot less intensive monitoring and documentation, and then it's up to the boat owner to document that they were actually out of the zone. I can tell you that the town of Indian River Shores is very much in favor of this. They've already passed a resolution to move forward. Matter of fact, last week I joined Mayor Foley and several members of their public safety department on their police/fire boat, and we went and looked at some of the vessels that are in the town limits that have been abandoned, and that this would apply to if we get it passed. So they are very much gung-ho on it and very active. The City of Vero Beach Marine Advisory Commission recommended to the City Council to apply for the anchorage limitation area. And I haven't seen the minutes yet, but I believe the City Council did vote to move forward on that as well. So I think both the town and the city are looking at this favorably. And I have been talking to a Lieutenant Keller with the Fish and Wildlife Commission, and he is very supportive of this as well, and looking forward to working with us all on how we coordinate that. So at this point, I'd just like to ask the board to approve staff to work with the staff of the town and the city and FWC and pursue what it would take to put in the application for the anchorage limitation areas. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions anyone has.
Fully support and move your recommendation.
Thank you. I'll be glad to second that. We have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by myself. Is there any discussion? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. We have already taken care of Commissioner Urban's item, so we move, and we've taken care of the emergency services. So we put on our solid waste disposal district hat, approval of the SWID meeting minutes of May 3rd.
Move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Vice Chair Urban. All in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? Carries 5-0. Item B2, the site access agreement with Indian River Sustainability Center. You have a motion?
Approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Commissioner Adams. Is there any discussion or questions of staff? Hearing none, all in favor signify with aye. Any opposed?
Come on.
That passes 5-0. And the final item is final pay to Geosyntec for work order number 8, IRC groundwater compliance technical support services.
Move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Commissioners, that concludes the agenda. And if there's no other information or comments for the good of the community, we'll stand adjourned.